Hi, and welcome to the Common Ground Games League Cup on 12/7.
I'm Matt Shelton,
And I'm Daniel Lobbs.
and we are on round one. We have a very interesting mirror match. Good. It looks like he just played that Energy Search Pro. Yep. So he gets to get one of every type of energy to power up that Goldango.
And just as a reminder, our players are Paul Bernal and Lucas Connolly. Paul is on the left, playing the Goldango on the left, and Lucas is playing the Goldango on the right. I love that. Now it's Lucas's turn right now. It's still Lucas's turn. Lucas has his board state is looking like he's got his Manaphy set up. He's got two gimme goals. Do we know if this is turn two or?
They both got a Goldango set up, so I would guess it's probably at least four.
Okay.
Okay, so he just knocked out, discarded all those energies.
And this, I mean, it's so wild. Like looking at this deck now with the Energy Search Pro, like making it rain is a whole different attack.
Yeah, we've seen it, especially like at locals, we've seen a huge surge of Goldango decks since Surging Sparks came out, mostly because of that card. A lot of people are pairing it with the Ceruledge as a late game attacker since they're using the Goldango to discard all of those energies. It looks like both these players are pairing it with the Palkia V-Star.
And the Palkia V-Star is a wonderful pairing. Obviously it's a little bit more favored in this situation with the setups that Lucas has got because Palkia V-Star is going to hopefully if Paul tries to set up some gimme ghouls, the gimme ghouls are totally at risk of a Moonlight Shuriken attack. Completely wiping the board state out. This is not a great place to be Paul. It looks like he's going to go for a flip the script.
And I'm sure Lucas was afraid of that as well, and that's exactly why he put that Manaphy down.
And we're all happy about the Dancing Goldango. There's really just no situation where the Dancing Goldango isn't a complete joy and delight.
The dancing string cheese.
I when you were playing the game Scarlet and Violet first way through, is that what you thought Gimme Ghoul was going to end up looking like?
I did not. If you had told me when I was 8 years old and Red and Blue came out that was going to be the 1,000th Pokemon.
That's 1,000?
That is number 1,000.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Honestly, Scarlet and Violet has so many unexpected evolutions. I have to say, I was not expecting Quaxley to become a flamenco dancer. There's just things that I didn't see coming.
I will say it's one of my favorite gens that we've had in a while.
Oh, design wise, for sure, and like, TCG has just been singing its best song lately, as just with the card arts, and you can't. There's the new Goldango in the new set coming out this winter.
We've had that new set.
Oh, design wise, for sure.
All the arts
for
in it
sure.
Amazing.
And like TCG has just been singing its best song.
Okay,
so I'm curious, will Paul get out the Manaphy? Can't make space for it before going for the attack. There's the new Goldango in the new set coming out this winter.
We've had that new set.
So design wise, for sure.
All the arts in it amazing.
And like TCG has just been singing its best song.
Okay,
so I'm curious, will Paul get out the Manaphy? Can't make space for it before going for the attack. There's the new Goldango in the new set coming out this winter.
We've had that new set.
So design wise, for sure.
All the arts in it amazing.
And like. trekking shoes in it. I mean, it really was kind of a turbo deck. It was like, get it out quick, draw a lot of cards, and just try to get all your energy into the discard, and just energy retrieval, one hit KO. Energy retrieval, one hit KO. Just rinse and repeat.
I feel like it's always been a competitive deck. I just think Surging Sparks, especially that Energy Surge Pro, just
really
really gave it that extra boost.
Like, get it out quick, draw a lot of cards,
of them. But
and just try to get all your energy.
The last several months, if I'd gone to a tournament, gone up against one, like I was already on guard because I knew it was not going to be an easy match.
They go to the wire. All right, and Paul has played.
I feel like it's always been a competitive deck.
Cypher Maniacs, code breaking. Try to set up that.
Really gave it that extra
boost. Coin bonus to be exactly and just trying to get all your energy.
The last several months, if I'd gone to a tournament, gone up against one, like I was already on guard. I knew it was not going to be an easy match.
They go to the wire.
And Paul has played. I feel like it's always been a competitive deck.
Cypher Maniacs, code breaking. Try to set up that.
Really gave it that extra
coin bonus to be exactly and just trying to get all your energy.
The last several months, if I'd gone to a tournament, gone up against one, like I was already on guard.
He was a champion of this deck. Ended up going with they go to the wire. But also exciting because all of it's always been a competitive.
He has always been a pro deck player.
Try to set up poison as you can see by that. I mean, coin bonus to be any
counter catch. The last several months, if I'd gone to take out against one, like I was already on guard. I knew it was not going to be Lucas is not going to make a power deck ninja. It's always been a competitive. He has always been a pro deck player.
Try to set up poison as you can see by that. I mean, coin bonus to be any
counter catch. The last several months, if I'd gone to take out
so now Paul goes into Lucas's turn. Board is safe. I think his board is in a safe spot. Try to set up that's a penalty.
Several months, if I'd gone to take out
board is safe. I mean,
I think his pipe is
that's a penalty. Both players have their energies fully loaded in the discard, so these are going to be one hit. These are going to be one hit knockouts from here on in. So it's at this point,
I would not be surprised if he could have that's a
both players have every chance to get every single card in the discard. So these are going to be Goldengo is all about drawings from here on in. So it's Radiant Greninja, Serendipity, multiple Goldengos. This is all about just drawing as many cards you can get. That's both players have every chance to get every single card in the discard. Hopefully we don't see them.
Yeah, I hope we don't see that, but I have seen it happen a few times.
I got a feeling we're not going to see it this time, but from Sun and Moon. Hopefully we don't see them.
Yeah, I hope we don't see that, but I have seen it happen a few times.
I got a feeling we're not going to start playing time, but every time it's I don't like the yellow borders, but it's still Sun and Moon.
Took that knockout.
Hopefully we don't see them.
Yeah, I hope we don't see that, but I have seen it. Oh no, he brought up the house
Okay, this is kind of like I don't want to say a bad situation, but they're really we're running out of options. He's got 3 and 3.
Oh no, he brought up the house
Paul's got to move fast. He does not have a I don't want
But however, unless he's got another things in his
I mean,
oh, and he Roxanne. That's like the one difference in their decks is that Roxanne, because this is almost a complete mirror match.
so in this case, Lucas is going to be worst case scenario, well, best case scenario, starting his hand with 6 cards because he's got flip the script. If he draws into an energy, I mean, he might even start with 8. I mean, Roxanne is Paul's only option here, to be honest. But I think the notion that Lucas doesn't find that Goldango or an energy on his next turn is just...
You don't see a lot of Roxannes anymore since kind of just the last 2 or 3 sets, since like Twilight Masquerade, Stellar Crown, because we've gotten so many more unique draw engines.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a rough
still,
spot for Paul.
I mean, it's still a good play for the spot he was in.
I think it's the best thing he had. It's the best thing he got, the best hope he got.
So,
but
I mean, Lucas had a pretty large hand.
yeah, the threads are just all out for Lucas, and he's got enough draw power to stay in the game and make the knockout next turn. So, I'm glad to see Paul like fighting all the way to the end, but this is a rough situation. He's going to pull the Radiant Greninja with the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
I bet he probably wished he had that a lot earlier.
But she still had that Rainbow Art Palkia.
Yeah.
But even still, it's like, yeah, if you had that 2 turns ago, you use the canceling clone, wipe the board, and then you're not in the situation you're in. It's tough luck. But that's kind of the way it goes.
And there's Paul's Superior Energy Retrieval.
And he'll be going for the knockout on that Goldango.
Oh, yeah. And there they go right... Oh, nope. He did not declare an attack yet. And he's going to play the Greninja.
I mean, on one hand, Lucas is in a great place. On the other hand, I've sat across from Paul many times, and I've thought I had game, and then Paul finds that opening. I don't think he's finding it here, but Paul is one of those players that can always find that out if he can.
I would agree. There's been a couple of times I've played him and I thought I had it, and he is definitely a comeback player.
Because he's thinking. He's thinking through every single turn. All right, here's the flip the script. He's got the Night Stretcher. Does he have another Night Stretcher? That's the thing. Or...
I feel like I see a second one. I can't. He keeps shuffling his hand, so I can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Night Stretcher. The
But
Goldango's
that's still gonna
back.
Get him another some more draw.
2 cards.
He's got I believe I see a Superior
Yeah, I
Energy
saw
Retrieval.
Superior
So I
and
think
the
this
energy.
is gonna be the
That's
last
game.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
mirror matches are tough, but this has been an excellent one. Good way to start the
It is.
round. A good way to start the
that
cup.
was a really good first match.
Everybody played exactly what they needed to play.
They both had strong starts.
Yep. And then really, when it's the mirror match, okay. When it is the mirror match like that, it's like it kind of is whoever gets that first KO on those first 2 prizes say a lot about where the game's going. And Lucas forced Paul into that situation where he had to take a single prize.
Yep.
And that's kind of where the game was called right then and there. But that was a great first round.
Yep. No, I loved it. I'm a big fan of mirror matches because I love to see, especially when they're so close like this and their deck lists are only 1 card off. I love to see just kind of their strategies and how, because you might have a mirror match, but you might see both players play it completely differently.
Yep.
So that's always one of my favorite things to watch. But no, this was a great first match, and I think we're going to go ahead and go to break until we get to round 2.
All right, stick around. Lots more Pokemon action coming at you. we are. Hi, everybody.
Hi, welcome back to the Common Ground Games Pokemon League Cup. I'm Parker May.
And I'm Daniel Lopes, and we are shuffling up and getting set up for round 2 here. We've got a very exciting matchup between Christian Santana and Paul Saul. Sorry.
Saul Balcazar.
And we want to talk about the decks.
Yeah, so Christian on the left, I believe, is playing the new hotness, Duraludon, Artelodon EX. Really interesting deck. That new EX from Surging Sparks has made this the kind of the new hot metal energy deck on the block. And then we have an old time favorite here, Charizard EX on the right.
Yeah, Charizard with Dusknoir.
Yeah, pretty standard list here. We saw in Stuttgart recently there was a double Charizard mirror match in the finals. This looks like it's very, very close, if not completely.
Yeah, you've got the Thornton in there. You've got the. I won't talk about too much about what's going on there.
Yeah,
but you've got it all.
It's almost the same list that was played in the
Stuttgart.
Yeah, in the Stuttgart finals.
That's very exciting. I mean, it was a really, really, really fun finals match. Just not talk about the decks for just a second here. One of the things that is so much fun about when you come out to a League Cup is you kind of get to see the terraformation, as not the terrestrialization, but you can see the land be created. This is where these new decks are starting to figure out how they're played, how they function on a long form competitive multi-round event, and it's very exciting. League is where these new decks find their legs.
Yeah. I always like to see how players react to those regional wins, those online tournament wins. Mm-hmm. As a player who wants to compete at the highest level, you got to keep up with certain metagames and what's going on with them, right? Now, it looks like on his first turn here, we've set up the Rotom and the Charmander.
Okay. And do we know if Saul or Christian went first?
I'm not sure. I assumed Charizard wants to go first these days. You know, you used to want to go second, set up your Arvin and your Buddy Poffins.
I think this is just his setup, and yeah, Christian is going first.
Oh, it's his set. Okay, yeah. Well, no, because he played.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, he's played Ultra Ball. So he did it like a typical, not the best start for Charizard, but you've got all the key pieces. You know,
Gotcha.
Rotom to draw cards, Charmander to turn into a Charizard, and then if the Pidgey survives, which, you know, it could here.
It could. It can always. The Pidgey can always survive.
Yeah.
It's just if Christian's gonna let it.
Right.
Now, I'm not familiar enough with our Archaludon deck. Is it trying to put on early aggression, or is it kind of a setup deck, takes its time to get going?
So what the EX does is it lets you put and attach metal energy from the discard
Gotcha.
to the Pokemon when it evolves. And you'll see here an interesting addition. This Staryu, which is only in the deck for the Starmie to deal extra damage. Yeah, there are some because the I believe the Archelon EX caps out at 220 maybe. The Starmie lets it get over the threshold to KO certain troublesome Pokemon.
Gotcha. And
yeah, and you these decks also play the Relicanth, you know, getting in that Raging Hammer, using the ability.
it does look like he's going in. He's going to try to go for the hammer and attack for 30 on the Pidgey.
Yeah, not a knockout, unfortunately, but you know, just a little bit of damage. That damage, every little bit of damage counts when you play this Archelon deck.
Exactly.
Now I'm really interested in the Archelon list that also play Dialga. Have you seen any of those?
No, but that's scary.
Yeah, you know, Dialga with its V-Star power, getting the extra turn, helps close out games in a more timely fashion than some of these other lists. Iono from Saul.
Saul just hit the Iono. And, he did set up 2 Pidgeys. There wasn't going to be any situation where he wasn't having a Pidgey around. Sorry, I just realized he had 2 Pidgeys out.
Well, he just played one.
Oh, he just benched one?
Yeah, because
Okay.
he ended last turn, right, with Charmander, Pidgey,
Rotom. You're right.
Yep. And, these lists play Thornton. The Charizard lists by this point, know what they need to be playing in order to stay in the game at every part of the game.
It's one of those decks where I wonder. Okay, so in both situations, you have kind of a mid-game kickoff, start attacking with the Archaludon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Charizard, which wants to really find every out in the late game.
Mm-hmm.
So this opening, we're probably going to see a little bit of like, who goes first? You go first, I go first, because both of them kind of don't want to be the early aggressor.
Right. Yeah. Charizard is the ultimate comeback deck. I'm not as familiar with being on the side of the Archelon, but I've noticed in a lot of my games against Archelon, the games go a little bit long.
Yeah.
There's the Greninja. Greninja, always a great support Pokemon for these decks that want energy in their discard pile.
Yep. And so the more energy that you pile up, the more that Archaludon is going to like. Does it? Let me pull up the card again.
Yeah, it's like it's 2 energy, but you play multiple Archeludons to get more basic energy back. That's why you want to bench a lot of Duraludons so that you can, get these giant 300 HP stage 1s.
Yikes! Mm-hmm. Yikes! And that's a pretty low energy cost for a metal attacker.
Yeah.
Usually when we're looking at metal attackers at the level of effectiveness as Archaludon is here, we're talking like 5 energies for a Dialga V-Star to like pull off a Star Kronos. There's usually this like, energy drive that's just a huge hurdle to get over, and it looks like this just cleans cleans that away.
Yeah,
That's in the past.
Yeah, you don't have to play the metagrosses anymore to, randomly get the steel energies off the top of your deck. I've played against a lot of opponents who will do that and just whiff them constantly. It's the classic electric generator problem.
Big turn by Christian here. Archaladon just knocked out the Charmander on Saul's side, putting Saul in a situation where he's got to start setting up his Charizard line from scratch, which is not that big of a deal. Like you said, we've got Thornton around.
Yep.
We've got Rare Candy. Like, you're gonna put down 2 Charmanders here, and then you're gonna find your way into Charizard. Like, it's coming. No matter how hard Archaladon tries to fight it, there is going to be a very, very big threat coming.
Yeah, here comes the Poffin into double Charmander, setting up. A little bit slower here for Charizard. We're taking things, not the quickest, trying to methodically get in a place where we can, comfortably set up our attackers.
I mean, look at that hand. He's got a great hand. I mean, he's got everything he needs going to the next turn. It's just he wants to be doing a lot of those cards now. Losing that Charmander is kind of a bit of a setback. Now, do you think he's going to go for that Rare Candy into the Pidgeot, or?
I mean, when I play Charizard, I just think Pidgeot is so pivotal to the deck. You play so many different one-ofs, right? And Pidgeot gives you all that access to it. It's why, in the online circuit, people play Pidgeot Control, and that's such a huge deck there because you literally feel like your whole deck is in your hand when you play a card like that.
Arbining for the unfair stamp. I thought he was going to go for the Ultra Ball. I wonder if he's got an Ultra Ball in hand.
Yeah, he might just be trying to get Christian in a position where, he's top decking. The draw power of the Archeldon deck, it's not exactly the best. You've got...
Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, you got Radiant Greninjas, Ionos. It even has to play 2 Professor's Research,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he's already played 1 this turn. I absolutely love the Lysander bosses, by the way. That's my favorite. That's my favorite boss art. That is S tier boss art.
That's your S tier boss art. Nice.
Yeah, because you can call back to Lysander.
I wish the Cyrus one was a little bit better because I like Cyrus as a character better than Lysander. But
fun fact: never watched these.
You never watched it. Okay.
Never watched it.
Cyrus just wanted to get Palkia Dialga and become God.
Oh,
right?
That's right. Never mind. I know Cyrus.
Guys, Diamond Pearl era, right?
I did play that game. All right.
Yeah, Unfair Stamp has really been the A-spec of choice for Charizard for a while here.
We're resolving it. He did have the Ultra Ball in hand already. Which makes a lot of sense. And setting up that quick search.
Yeah, this makes sense. We can just leave this other Pidgey as bait in the active.
I have a feeling we're just gonna road him. Once he's got his deck in the way that he wants it to be, or once he's got his hand in the way he wants it to be, I think we're just gonna road him and kind of see how Christian's turn shakes out.
Yep, going back in, finding another Pokemon. Of note,
I like that.
I'm very excited to see when the Radzard comes out this game.
It's always exciting. It's gonna happen.
The Archeldon has a fire weakness, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'll pull it up again, but yeah, I believe it. Of course it does. Yes.
Yeah. So not weak to these Charizard EXs, but then again, you don't really need weakness when Charizard EX hits for so much damage.
Honestly, it kind of makes you think that maybe Saul might have prized it, because
it's still early. You probably don't need it until your opponent is down to what, like 3 2 prizes.
That's true, and he really needs the Charizard out to set it up early game. But I do really, really, really like the threat of getting the Duskull out. The Duskull, like, just completely, anybody who's got a big HP main attacker is thinking crap. Because suddenly your Charizard threat goes from being a late game threat to being early and even mid game threat with that guy out.
Yeah, and Briar even, turns these turns into like, oh, I had 4 prizes, guess what, I won.
And it's just brutal. Like, these comeback mechanics right now, it's like we've been screaming we need more comeback mechanics. We need more comeback mechanics. Now we've got all of them. It feels like they've found every possible out for people who are big into comeback decks like Charizard. You can do it. All right, so we're back over to Christian's turn.
Yeah, we got the small hand size here. I'm going for a Cologne play. And then a pass.
That is not the turn you want, but maybe, maybe he's just trying to see where things are headed. This is just such a huge opening for Saul. I mean, this is your chance. Get your Charizard out. Get an attack in. If you have a double rare candy, you can get the Dusknoir out. You can take out that Archaludon right here and right now. I'm saying too many words, but it's all fine.
Yep, there he is. There's the main man himself.
The big old dragon.
I appreciate that there's a competitive Charizard. I'm not even a Charizard fan, but I enjoy that there's finally a Charizard that you can play a deck around.
Definitely. I mean, it's been since Reshiram Charizard in tag team format that we haven't had Charizard as like a main deck since then. So it's thrilling. It's exciting. Of course, if you ask me, I think Sablezard was a very, very good deck before Charizard EX, but
I'd be excited to see if we have a Sablezard in the room. I did see some Lost Zone players in this room today, so we'll see how they do.
I mean, maybe everybody in the room is just thinking that Regidrago is off, and so whenever Regidrago's suddenly hiding from the format and is receding, it's a huge opening for Lost Box decks, because Lost Box decks, there's so many variants, there's so many ways you can counter any given meta. That's why they're still like up there in the top 10. No matter what happens, they're always somewhere in the top 10.
Yeah, I also I've watched a lot of these regional games where these like high skill level Charizard players like play through the Regidrago, and that was considered a really bad matchup for Zard for a long time. But to see people find their outs, right, it just shows me that if you like master your deck in a format like this, you can really go the distance.
That's exactly right, Burger. That's exactly right. I mean, it's down to knowing you're 60 and having just a good enough experience with everybody else's 60. And because Regidrago's been sitting here at the top of the meta, it's got this giant target on its back. When you get 6-7 months in and it's like dominating like it is, yeah, there's a way for Charizard to beat that deck every single time. Because Charizard, used to be that deck with the target on its back.
Yeah, Charizard used to be that deck, and then Raging Bolt used to be that deck. Lugia used to be that deck.
I love all my Raging Bolt like fans out there, but guys, like it won one event.
They want to chill out, right?
and it stalls out. It stalls out somewhere in day 2, and everybody knows how to beat it. But it's like you put. Anyways.
Yeah, we can't do that. Yep. Collapse Stadium comes down, gets the Rotom off the bench so that we don't get a random 2-prize knockout later. And yes, we're only allowed to bench 4 Pokemon now, so no extra Duskull for Saul here.
Yikes. Yeah. And there comes the Dusknoir. So, are we just going to go for the Archaludon?
Yeah, the Archaludon has, what is it? Is it 130 or 140? I think it's 140.
I think it's
for the not the Archaludon, sorry, the Duraludon.
Yeah.
Oh, it does have 130. Okay, I was wrong. So it has 130. That's clean for the Dusknoir.
But he just goes in for the attack.
That makes sense.
Attacks from the Charizard. It's a pretty safe turn.
Yeah. Yeah, saving the Dusknoir for the big Archaludon makes a little bit more sense if you're trying to, take a clean hit off that later in the game.
And also just having, you have you have only so much damage you do per game, and if you can make every single one of those damages like math their way into kind of perfect numbers where you're not over hitting too much, you're hitting just enough when you need to hit it, and you're spreading that around.
We're reading The Fish. We're reading Relicanth. I would read Relicanth too. That guy. That guy is very good. But it looks like we just Thorntoned it away instead.
For the Pheasantipity.
Yeah.
And we flip the script. And there's some drop power.
Pheasantipity is very... I mean, Pheasantipity may be the best card in the game right now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, it's like it's one of those things where it's like if every single deck has it, it's like Luminion like 2 years ago. You got to have it. There's just no version of everybody's deck that doesn't have the one ability that is just worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's also really ideal that you can have a lot of tech Pokemons right now because all these decks have so much threat on the field, especially with Area 0. You can have eight Pokemon out. That's like plenty of room for your tech Pokemon, which the threats shield them,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we are setting up another Duraludon. And
yeah, there was not too long ago where Charizard played Artisan itself, and look how far we've come.
Yeah, we knocked the Collapsed and replaced it with an Artisan. Let's see here. Is that the Prime Catcher? What is it? Yeah, he's got the Prime Catcher in hand. Curious if he's going for a big move this turn, because he needs to stop something. There's too much on Saul's bench to win this game outright. If he leaves that board state the way it is, he's got to take out a big knockout. And to me personally, I think it would be the Pidgeot.
I just don't know how he's going to get to that number, right? Because 220 from the Archaludon, and if you had it Starmie, that's only 20 extra damage. Like,
so do you go after the Dusknoir? I mean, the Dusknoir like stops the one hit KO, kind of. Because he'll have taken 2 prizes.
It looks like we're just going to put damage onto the Charizard instead.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Perfectly reasonable.
And it's not like it's a small amount of damage. It's a massive hit on the Charizard.
Mm-hmm. I had a very fun game against a Archaludon a while back. I was playing Thorns, and I put damage counters on each of the what is it called? Archaludons, and then de-evolved all of them to just kill them off.
And one thing to remember about the Archaludon's attack is it does nullify weaknesses.
Oh, so the Radiant Zard wouldn't be a... Okay, that makes sense then.
So that's why that's exactly why he's not prioritizing it. There's just no point.
Yeah, I thought we were going to wait for Radiant, but that makes sense. So yeah, you can't take a clean knockout with Radzard then.
Yeah.
It's just so scary to put a bunch of damage on the Archaludon and not kill it, right?
But I mean, if you're dropping a Radzard down, you don't need to go after the Archaludon. If you're dropping a Radzard down, you are trying to win the game. You can go after Pheasantipity. You can go after another card. It's or go after the other Archaludon.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you don't have options on the field.
Yeah, the Archaludon deck for this list at least. Yep, there's the boss. Here's the Fez. Knock out the Fez. Take the prize. I've seen it 1,000 times.
Oh my gosh! And I'm saying there's so much threats on the board, and there it goes for the easy knockout. But then again, you got to do it.
Yeah, I think this deck plays less liabilities though than other decks. Like there is a Luminion, but you're usually when you play Luminion, it's on the turn you want to win the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Luminion boss, get it out.
Yeah. The last thing you want to do is play Luminion turn 1 turn 2. Or if you're going second, you play it turn 2 because you have nothing in your hand, or you start with Luminion. It's always kind of like an iffy card in the early game, but you're right. It's exactly what you want to have late game.
Mm-hmm. Another one.
Here comes the second Archaludon. Stacking up the energy. I mean, does he have another energy on the bench, or does he have in the hand? No. but we are going to line up the counter catcher here.
Oh, maybe not. Oh,
Yeah,
yep, there it is.
Going after the Dust Noir. You
Yep.
got to do it.
You got to do it. Somebody recently asked me. They said, "Parker, if I want to play Pokemon, what kind of decks are good?" And I said, "Decks that legally allow you to cheat."
So those are
Any deck that can put multiple energies in play. And we're looking at two of them right here.
That's true. That's true. I mean, but that's. I mean, ever since Scarlet and Violet came out, you know, every single major deck has been an energy acceleration deck by design.
Oh, we rebenched the fish. This is key here.
Exciting. Do we have another Thornton to get rid of it? No.
No. The fish is here so we can use the Duraludon's attack that does extra damage for the damage on your Archelodon.
Let's walk through that.
Yeah, so the Relicanth there. Relicanth has a power that says you can use the attacks of your... the evolved Pokemon can use the basic Pokemon's attacks. So it's very key. You want to soak damage on this Archelodon and then use the... I think it's called Crushing Hammer on the Duraludon. We'll get a confirmation of that. But yeah, it's 80 plus however many damage is on your Pokemon.
Right, exactly. So, and then let me pull up the thing. So it's the
Raging Hammer. Sorry, Raging Hammer. Yeah. It's a very cool ability that this deck has access to hit for higher numbers than the 220.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
All right, so it looks like we've pushed the Pidgeot up.
And so did he?
Oh, because he knocked out. Sorry, he knocked out the Dusknoir. So we knocked out the Dusknoir, right?
Yep.
And now it is Saul's turn. He's looking for his Fez. Gotta draw his cards.
You kind of got to wonder here because we're looking at... So Christian here has 4 prizes left. Saul has 3. There's no spread damage other than the Radiant Greninja, and he doesn't run water.
Yep.
So
you just have to take these knockouts on these guys. But the moment you go to 2 prizes, you allow Briar to come in and steal the game.
Yep. Mm-hmm. This has got to be one of those moments where you reach for the handkerchief and wipe the sweat off your forehead. Because Charizard is definitely hotboxing. And that's, it's like, what do you do? What do you do?
I mean, these plans begin and end with your Duskull line, I think.
Yeah. And honestly, it was pretty brilliant. I don't know if there's a world where Saul was actually gonna push super hard for that Dusknoir, but sometimes you rare candy to that Dusknoir and just let it sit there, because it's such a scary thing to have on your bench that it takes away all the attention of the opponent, because there's too many win cons that come from a Dusknoir.
It looks like we super rotted Luminion and 2 fire energies in, setting up a second Zard, potentially setting up a Luminion for Briar or Boss for game. I think that's the game plan.
Wowzers. Here we go. Can he Briar? He can't Briar this turn. They have to be done.
No, he has to, yeah. He's thinking ahead. He's thinking a turn ahead. So
Gotcha.
He's going to likely try to take a knockout of some sort. Or not necessarily a knockout. He's going to try to set up something this turn, perhaps. Some damage, maybe, on the Archelodon EX. Get it within knockout range. Because, until your opponent takes more prizes, your Charizard damage is capped.
Yep.
So there's the 240. That means that the Archelodon, using the power of the Relicanth, can do 320.
That's I mean, that's great, but you can't do 2 knockouts in one turn.
No. Yeah, it's
And-
going to be very tough here. Let's see what he's going for. It looks like we're going to Ultra Ball, I imagine, into the Starmie and take a knockout on this Charizard. But maybe the Starmie's not in the deck.
Is it prized?
He might have discarded it earlier also.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going for Luminion, perhaps? Oh, because we have access to Turo Scenario. So we can clean all the damage off of the Artilleon EX.
Which is a pretty decent stall, but again, you know, yeah, I think he's thinking the same thing same thing that we're thinking, and he's got the boss there.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough sequence of events here. Okay, it looks like Luminion is coming down.
Okay.
Grabbing the Scenario, yep. I like that. What is it? Tord Rekla played Scenario in his Charizard list, and we haven't gone back since.
Pretty much. I mean,
Even
he
the-
loves that card. He's put that in almost every single deck.
Yeah, his what was it? Terapagos when he was playing that a while back.
Mhm.
He had it. Although didn't he play Reggie Drago at the last event?
Yeah, with the Alolan Executor. And honestly, that sounds fun to me.
Yeah.
If you're that good at the game
Mm-hmm.
and you want to put things up for chance, I mean, that sounds like a blast, truly. All right, so we've Iono'd. We've got the Prime Catcher out.
Yep.
He's going for the Pidgeot EX. Ay, 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 ay. And there it is. We're going to do the Hammer in. Or Raging Hammer. Raging Hammer.
Yeah, Hammerin's the other one. Raging Hammer. Yeah. It's confusing when they make the names of the attacks like each other. Too
Why
similar.
why would you... Multi-million-dollar... I'm not going to say it.
It's always interesting to see how they translate cards too from the Japanese into the English.
That's true. That's true. And it's like it's honestly in some of the other languages it's actually quite poetic. Sometimes in the case of Duraludon, Hammerin, and Raging Hammer, there's only so many thesauruses for hammer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. Got the Dusk. Which one's that? Sorry, Dusclops. Yep, Dusclops Briar. That's all she wrote.
There it is.
Really good play by Saul. He
my
planned
God.
to turn ahead. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he felt very comfortable there in those last couple of turns.
Yeah, I think at a certain point, Christian was kind of playing the best outs he could find,
Mm-hmm.
because the truth is I think he kind of knew where this game was going when he took that knockout on the Dusknoir.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it's wonderful to watch this matchup. It's great to see it because we're going to see more of it in the coming formats, and it's really exciting. We're going to go to break here and stick around for round 3. He didn't need it.
He didn't have a
All right. Welcome to round 3. I'm Matt Shelton.
And I'm Parker May. Here we are with more Common Ground Games Pokemon League Cup action.
I am very excited for this matchup. Sitting here looking at these lists. I think this one's really going to be a great one.
Yeah, we've got an old classic from the past few formats, Raging Bolt, on camera, but then a bit of a surprise here in round 3. We got the Cornerstone Ogerpon Milotic Noivern amalgamation.
Wasn't there a regional not that long ago that the Noivern Cornerstone Ogerpon deck got like top 8? Or there was a couple of them, I think, that in the same regional that they both got top 8 or something like that.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly which one it was, but it's been cropping up here and there. Generally these kind of stall decks, they want to, trap something in the active, and then really just, go to town that way. This deck looks like it's not going to just be a trapping deck, but rather an attacking deck.
Yep.
We got, plenty of energy cards in it to use certain attacks. And I imagine the main win con here for our stall player is going to be that Noivern EX double turbo energy covert flight ability.
I definitely think so. We have Zane Simmons playing the
Milotic
Noivern deck, and then we have Bailey Bennett playing the Raging Bolt. And I definitely think Zane's deck was built to go after those Charizards and those Gardevoirs that we see a lot of, but I still think for a Raging Bolt, he's still going to have a really good matchup.
Yeah, it will really come down to, what the Raging Bolt's kind of outs look like. Will they find the Pokemon catchers, or their, or can they prime up catcher up something juicy? It looks like
it looks like Bailey's turn 1, which is not what a Raging Bolt deck really wants.
It's the Teal Mask Ogerpon as well as the Rotom on the other side. So did Bailey start?
Bailey did start.
Yeah.
So that's not what a Raging Bolt player wants to do, but
yeah, I assume that means that Zane won the die roll, since you always want to go second generally as Raging Bolt. A lot of these Raging Bolt lists, it really comes down to how well can you kind of churn through your deck in that first turn of the game. Can you get Pokestop out? Can you hit a bunch of things off of it? Not getting to Sada's Vitality on the first turn either means that you're really limited on that first turn of the game.
I'm also a little worried, since the only basic Zane put down was the Rotom. I'm really hoping he has not bricked here.
Yeah. I imagine that getting to go second, we're not really worried as much. And, just a pass there after we Radiant Greninja, cycle, draw some cards. So now it's really...
Oh, no, he's still going.
Oh, did we pass again?
He just concealed cards. Okay, now they passed.
Yeah,
Okay,
I thought that Bailey drew, or not Bailey. I thought that Zane drew off the top of their deck earlier. Oh, I see. We were getting a little ahead of ourselves. Okay, so
he did have a Noibat in his hand, or he top decked it. Okay, yeah, he's going to go for that evolution, get that Noivern ready to go, and then once he gets that Noivern ready and he can get energy on it and get that covert flight attack off, that's going to make things very, very hard for Bailey.
As the energy lotto to look for...
Is it top 7?
Yep.
Or top 5?
Top 7.
Top 7. Any
we
energy
see energy
card? I think I saw one. Oh, nope.
Nope, a whiff.
Yep.
We see energy lotto in a lot of these kind of stall decks. Like I know that Iron Thorns plays energy lotto. I've seen some cloth decks play energy lotto.
I've been judging and organizing a lot more than playing lately, but one of the last few times I played, I actually went up against a Mousehold EX deck.
Yeah.
It was really interesting, but they played the energy lotto, got set up.
Definitely an interesting card for sure.
It's one of those sad ones. I'm curious to see if they reprint it. I feel like it's been reprinted in the past.
All right. It looks like the TM Evolution evolved that Noibat. So, good turn there from Zane. Yeah, I just don't think that the cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is going to come down in this matchup, since your main attacker, Raging Bolt, doesn't have abilities.
I wouldn't even put it down and put that. I mean, it would help against the Ogerpons, but I wouldn't even put that bait down.
Yeah. It is good against this Ogerpon, though, is this Milotic EX with
Yes,
yeah.
I'm curious to see if Zane tries to play those, or since he knows he's going up against Raging Bolt, if he's just going to prioritize the Noivern.
Got a Poke Gear off of that Pokestop.
When Surging Sparks came out, I was always very intrigued by Milotic EX, and I was really hoping we were going to see more decks off of it.
Yeah, it seems like another good option in the kind of stall wheel box, right?
I mean, it
Wheelhouse.
shuts down. It pretty much shuts down Charizard. No, not really Miraidon, because a lot of Miraidon players are really prioritizing the Raikou right now.
Well, it does. It specifically targets Terra Pokemon, right? So you've got your Terrapagos EXs, right? That
Okay, so he's going to attach. Is that a Hero's Cape?
Yes.
To that,
right?
yeah. Okay, there it is. Yeah, it's a Hero's Cape. Okay, we've got the Raging Bolt starting to set up. I think, is that 3, 6, 9, 12, 15? It's not quite enough for that Ogerpon to take that. Oh, we put the Hero's Cape on it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Hero's Cape, definitely the A-spec of choice for these kind of defensive wall decks. When you play Pidgeot Control or Snorlax, you see Hero's Cape a lot. Although Secret Box has also been a spec that's been creeping up in popularity for those decks.
That was one that when it came out, nobody was playing it. It just went into trade binders, and since Miraidon has really transformed and started picking back up in popularity, I feel like it's really brought that card out, and a lot more people are using it.
All right, getting rid of some dead cards here. Yep. Squawkabilly no longer useful. Picking the second card to discard to Ultra Ball. Luminion, okay. Yeah, Luminion, a card that was not really popular in Raging Bolt until that it got its win in, was it Louisville? Do you remember?
That sounds right. I believe so.
I can't remember if it was Louisville or not, but yeah, that list that had the Ultra Balls and Luminions just gives Raging Bolt a little bit of extra reach sometimes. But,
okay, he's going to bring out that Iron Bundle to try and force that Noivern up.
Yeah, you got to knock it out now.
What is the HP on a Noivern?
It looks like it is 260.
260, okay. So yeah, I bet he's going to retreat the Ogerpon, bring up that Raging Bolt.
Yep.
There he goes.
Here we go.
He's going to Iron Bundle to force up that Noivern and go ahead and just get rid of that threat.
Oh.
No, he's not. He's going after the Rotom.
That's interesting. I wonder what the thought process is behind not knocking out the Noivern there.
He did add the Iron Bundle to hand, right?
Yeah, it's sitting there in his hand there.
Yeah, because especially now that Noivern's the only one on the field, if he can get if Zane can get that energy, what did he just? Is that a Feebas?
Yeah, it looks like Feebas is down now.
I'm guessing he has no way in his hand to get any energy.
Bossing up the Radiant Greninja.
I think he's trying to stall. And he's trying to make Bailey waste an energy.
Oh, that's right. We don't have the energy for the Noivern yet. We missed on the energy lotto earlier. Gravity Mountain to bump the Pokestop. Not going to do a lot in this matchup.
Yeah, but he's right now. I think he's just trying to stall until he can get that energy.
Yeah, it's very hard to deny Raging Bolt from card draw, I find. Unless you shut off abilities or something. But yeah, it's just there's another Pokestop to bump the Gravity Mountain. We're gonna go digging, spinning the wheel. We got Night Stretcher. Another great use of Iron Bundle is that when you play as many Night Stretchers as you do in these lists now, like 2 or 3 copies, sometimes even 4, you can just keep using that guy, just keep gusting up stuff.
Have you heard about that new tool that's coming out? It's the berry that you take like 60 less damage from dragon attacks.
No,
It's going to come out in that new Prismatic Evolution set, and I'm very curious if we're going to start seeing that in a lot of decks, since Raging Bolt and Regidrago are both so high in the meta, because me and some friends were talking about it, and I really like it against Raging Bolt because it's going to force them to waste another energy.
My favorite tech right now is Black Kirim. You put double turbo energy on the Black Kirim, and then use the tool that reduces your attack by 1 if your opponent has more prizes, and then you paralyze lock these dragons in the active.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a common tech right now in the Pidgeot control lists.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look more into that.
Yeah, it's because it specifically has to be a dragon Pokemon to paralyze it. Yeah. But back to the match at hand, it looks like we're setting up another big attack here. Again,
we're going to pull out those grass energies and try and get some draw off and get Raging Bolt set back up.
Yep, just classic Raging Bolt things. I was so shocked that we didn't kill that Wyvern last turn.
I am as well, but you noticed he went and read it on the next turn, so I'm not curious if he knows exactly what it was going to do.
Yeah, I think if you may, not everybody has seen these Noivern.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Now we're gonna prime catcher it up and go ahead and just get rid of that threat.
Yep.
Just noticed we have our shiny Raging Bolt on screen. That makes me happy.
Oh yes, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Bailey's having an amazing time getting energy in his hand.
And this is why players still flock to this deck. You know, we were talking earlier about how it's only one event, and it kind of falls off on day 2s of these larger events. But sometimes you just churn through your deck, and you get to deal such high amounts of damage. It reminds me of playing Chen Pao a little bit, where you just get that acceleration, and then you deal those large numbers.
I think it's a little bit easier to accelerate than Chen Pao was, and then Chen Pao is like if the Baxcalibur died, that was pretty much it for you. Whereas if you lose an Ogre Pawn, it's easy to either get another one or get it back out of the discard.
Yeah, give us where's my basic Terra Baxcalibur? That's what I want. Just rain dance onto my whole board.
Yeah, don't wish that on people.
So the Milotic's finally up. Unfortunately, not the best matchup into the Raging Bolt head-on.
Okay, but he is about to get rid of Bailey's very large handing, bring him down to 2.
Yep.
So that might buy Zane a couple of more turns.
Yeah, what we really want here is a stadium bump, which I don't think we have. Because we've already used the Gravity Mountain. If we have a vacuum of some kind, that would help, but again, I'm not so sure. And then the other thing we would need is a way to push something else into the active. It's just real difficult here to be Zane, I think.
What is that energy cost on that Milotic?
The Milotic has
okay, so he's going to need 1 water on it.
Yeah, you need a water and 2 colorless to put the opposing Pokemon to sleep. It's a little energy intensive of an attack. But there are water in the deck in case, you get to that point. We're just, so I think, a little bit too far behind.
3. So yeah, he just sodded 2 more. I can see he's got at least 1 grass in his hand.
we're just going to Ultra Ball to thin out the deck, shuffle the deck so that it gets rid of the Iono clump at the bottom. Probably digging for the rest of the cards he needs to do this large attack here. We're looking for what? Energy retrievals, most likely.
I feel like I saw one in his hand. Okay, we're gonna attach a Bravery Charm, and then we pass.
Yeah. Looks like the Iono did its job.
Yeah. He does not have a water in his hand. Let's see, is he about to go in for an earthen vessel?
That's what I would think we'd go for here. And then I don't know what tool you get. There is a rock chest plate in the deck. We've already used our Hero's Cape, Rescue
That's
Board.
going to be for that Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, Rescue Board doesn't really do it. I imagine whatever we get is just going to kind of sit in the hand. Yeah.
Or just be, discard fodder.
Right.
See, I saw a de-evolution as he's shuffling through.
Yeah, again, it's like you said, came to really play with the Zards. Cornerstone, brutal against Zard.
I mean, if that energy lotto had paid off, then I feel like this would be a very different game right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's a vessel. Looks like we're thinking about our tool, or maybe we're just going to not get one if we've already drawn them all.
Yeah, I think he's just going to go straight in. It looks like he's already got the Rescue Board in hand, so that de-evolution and that rock plate may have been the only thing he had left.
Of course, some
I
could
still
be
would have went ahead and grabbed it just for discard fodder.
I'm pretty sure this means he doesn't have one to search out. So, determining what we're going to discard here. Oh no, we're Ultra Balling. Or we're discarding
I think he's discarding
discarding
Ultra Ball.
Yeah, that makes way more sense.
He's
Okay.
He's going to grab that water, and it looks like a Psychic.
Yeah, Mimikyu is still a good card in this matchup. And if we...
One thing about Raging Bolt is it can mill itself, so if he kills it, which he only needs 2 prize cards. If he kills the Milotic, or knocks out the Milotic, then that's game. But if he could have gotten just the Mimikyu out, he may have been able to stall his way until Bailey had milled.
Yeah, I think the only way we're going to see Mimikyu here is if we have a Penny supporter to pick up the Milotic first.
All right, so he's done that attack. He's put the Raging Bolt to sleep. I didn't see what that roll was. I'm assuming it was a heads because... Oh, no, he has not attacked yet. What was that damage counter?
Yeah, he's attacked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it was a heads because we have not turned that Raging Bolt upside down.
I believe so. Stop. There's the energy retrieval. There's it. Yep.
Why does Pokestop never work like that for me?
You just have to be one of the chosen few.
The chosen.
Mm-hmm. All right. Getting the lightning out of the deck. Attach for turn. Doing the damage. There it is. Yeah, unfortunately, just playing a turn behind for the control deck.
Yeah, like I said, if that energy lotto had paid off, like I said, I think that would have been a very different turnout.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's just the risk. That's just the risk you take with those control decks like that, where you have to kind of base it on luck.
Well, also, Raging Bolt doesn't give you any room to breathe sometimes.
No, you've got to set up quick.
Yep.
But I mean, that's really just this meta right now is just those big fast-hitting turbo decks, Maridon, Raging Bolt, Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was round 3, and we'll be back for round 4 in a little bit here.
Welcome back to the Common Ground Games Quarterly Cup. I'm Matt Shelton.
And I'm Daniel Lobbs, and we are at round 4. We've got a very special match coming up here because we are going to feature one of our Common Ground Games regular league senior players who has brought Terrapagos EX with Dustnor and Buffalon on the left, and he'll be playing against...
He's going to be playing against Mario, who's bringing in the Dawn, that Miraidon deck. We've seen... I played Miraidon for a while, like pre-Stellar Crown, and it was always an amazing deck. And then I've loved seeing all the variations that have come out and since Stellar Crown and that Area Zero Underdepths, because now that Raikou players have been able to really prioritize that as an attacker. And also now that Surging Sparks has come out, that Pikachu, Miraidon players finally have a really good Terra Electric Pokemon, because they were having to use the Mewtwo, but that Pikachu is just a little bit better with that Resolute Heart ability.
It was also really exciting about the Pikachu X, like you said, the Resolute Heart, is it is just a buffer. It slows down the momentum if you don't get set up on first turn. I mean, you're playing Miraidon. The whole point is setting up on first turn. The whole point is just going after it and taking the game from an early, taking that kind of, pushing that advantage and that momentum early on. And then
it looks like Mario's only playing one Raikou, so I don't think he's going to be prioritizing that one as the attacker. Miraidon just went first and second in the San Francisco regional. Sacramento, not San Francisco. And they were both very different Miraidon decks, because one was really prioritizing Raikou, where the other one was more prioritizing the Miraidon and the Iron Hands. It looks like we're getting started. It looks like Mario is starting with that new Latias EX card, which I think has been such an amazing card with that ability, giving all basics the ability to retreat for free. And it looks like Spencer has gotten stuck with the
Blood Moon
Ursaluna, that you never want to see that as your initial basic. Is he not playing a Latias, so is he playing switches?
Well, the Latias really won't make too much of a difference. You got so much retreat cost on that Blood Moon.
But it's a basic, so the Latias would give it free retreat.
Really?
Yeah, no, that's the amazing thing about that new Latias card, is its ability gives free retreat to any basic Pokemon.
I thought it was basically just the beach stadium.
Nope, free retreat to any basic Pokemon in play.
Wow.
For that player, it doesn't affect both players.
Wow,
So,
Sereno. That's a total. Yeah, and
it's been a game changer for Raging Bolts, Miraidon.
But Spencer does have quite a few outs to get this thing out of the active. At some point, he wants to do it as quickly as possible. I would assume. He does run the Prime Catcher. He does have Pressured Turos, and he does have Thornton. But I mean, there's a lot of work you got to do just to get this late game card out of the active.
Looks like he's gotten that Fan Rotom out, which is allowed to get him both those Hoots and a Pidgey. So I mean, if he has a Noctowl in hand on the next turn, he doesn't have a Terra yet. He's got to have a Terra he's got to have a Terra to be able to activate that Noctowl's Jewel Seeker. I make that mistake so many times on TCG Live. I evolved that Noctowl, and I'm like, why is this not working? And I forgot the Terra.
Yeah, it just locks you out. You can't do it. Kicking off with a Nest Ball on the Dawn side over here. Mario's doing a quick deck search, trying to figure out what's going on in the prizes. I mean, with a deck like Miraidon, you really, really kind of got to know what your prizes are looking like.
I will say, Mario's, if he can get that Iron Hand set up quick enough, he's going to have a field day with those Hoots and that Pidgey, because they're all weak to electricity.
Yep.
And he's going to be able to do that. Amp you very much to easily take 2 prize cards. I believe the Fan Rotom is also double weak to electric.
Arvin for that secret box. Really kind of, and that secret box is going to open up the chance to get the stadium out, which is what you want to see, because Miraidon, wants to, it's our new boss's order, or not boss's order, it's our new battle VIP pass. So
with because nobody was really playing secret box until Miraidon really started using Pikachu in Area Zero, and it's really shown the value of that card, being able to get just pretty much everything you need. quickly.
It was, people were playing it in the ancient box. Getting to play that list with secret box then, and that was kind of the first time we started seeing it. But here in Miraidon, it just goes to town, brings out everything you need. It is your draw power.
And I mean, I love Terapagos. Look how cute he is. Look at him up there on that screen next to that shiny Miraidon. I think it's just such a versatile deck, and people have tried to make it work with so many different things. Like you're seeing Terapagos Charizard. What are a couple of other ones I've seen? Like there's just so many combinations that people are playing that Terapagos with. I think it works great, which is what Spencer's playing it with the Dust Noir. I believe that's what. Yeah,
he's got the Bouffalon list. So.
I believe that's what Tord was being successful with. Was the Terapagos Dust Noir deck.
And the goal of the Terapagos Dust Noir deck is kind of not what's happening right now. The goal of the Dust Noir Terapagos deck is to not get paired up against Miraidon, but the other goal is for you to win the game turn 3. You are going to try to put yourself in a situation where you can force a Briar and just steal the game before the other player has a chance to even finish setting up.
And Mario just played that Magnemite because he's going to try and get that new Magneton off. I don't remember what the ability is called off the top of my head, but it allows you to take, I believe, 3 electric energy. Yeah, 3 of any basic energy and attach it to your electric Pokemon any way you like. I feel like it's really been a game changer in electric decks.
I love seeing stage 2 abilities like this, or stage 1 abilities like this, where you can just flip the game on its head. I mean, this was the thing about Miraidon that was always holding it back. Was energy was coming from the generator. It was coming from a coin toss, basically. It's not a coin toss, the generator, but you have no clue if you're going to attach energy or not.
When I played Miraidon, trust me, I had my fair share of generator whiffs. So,
and it's not like it's not.
Oh, like, he's actually doing our first generator now, and it's a whiff. Spencer's got those excitement hands going on,
and the funny thing is like the light. Mario's not short on lightning energy. He's got 16 lightning energy in this deck. Like you shouldn't be whiffing on these generators in theory, but when you randomize decks like this, that's just.
And I mean, he's already gotten a lot of cards out of that deck too. Yeah. So,
also love that are those the ETB sleeves?
Yes,
I love that. I love it when you see an ETB sleeve out there in the wild. I mean, they're not the greatest sleeves in the history of time, but
I actually, you know what? They have actually gotten a lot better. They've seen a lot sturdier. The fronts are a lot clearer because they used to be really foggy.
They're matte.
They've really improved.
Yeah, and they should. It's like they do all this great work on the artwork on the back. People want to play with them, I think that's always nice to see because the products have really started shifting more towards competitive play in the last few years. Like I feel like the competitive scene is getting just a ton of like value out of just being into Pokemon. Whereas some other generations were maybe more collectors eras. Scarlet Violet.
I've organized and I judge for a couple of different stores, and I've seen a rise in locals as well, like the attendance in locals.
I think it's also, when if you are chasing that World's Invite, locals are absolute must. You have to have your top. You have to max out your championship points from locals. Locals are becoming more and more of a vital part. They were always a vital part of the community building, but now they're a vital part of the competitive scene.
But even just like weekly locals where you're not getting points like we've seen at Reprising those. And one thing that I've really loved is, as a judge and organizer, we've seen a lot of like moms and dads bringing their kids in, wanting them to learn how to play Pokemon as a hobby, and that way so they can also get out and build those social skills and that community aspect like you were talking about. Okay, Spencer just got the Terapagos out.
Going into this, he's got this really important turn right now.
Okay, he's got Pidgeot. So now if he does get a knocked out, he's going to be able to use that Jewel Seeker ability. He might be able to get that Ursaluna out of the active before he gets knocked out. There it is. Oh,
honestly,
there you go. There's the knocked out with the Jewel Seeker.
Honestly, this isn't that bad. The Ursaluna ended up being kind of a shield. Stopped an early prize card, or stopped an early knockout with just his beef. And here we are, sitting here with a perfect window to turn the game on,
If he
on
can
his
get,
side.
if he can get the double colorless, and I believe he got 30, 60, 90, 120, 150. He'll need 3 more Pokemon on the bench, and switch out that Ursaluna. He can get a knockout on that. There's the Buddy. So he can get a knockout on that Raikou this turn.
Trying to feed that Buddy Puffin to the Pidgeot, but the Pidgeot was not hungry. All right, here comes 3 more Pokemon to the bench. What's he going to do? The Buddy Puffin can only do a Pokemon under 70 HP,
Yeah, so
but that Nest Ball can be anything.
Yeah. If I was him with that Nest Ball, I would be bringing out a Bouffalant. Then sadly, the Buddy's not going to be able to do that. I'm willing to bet he's probably going to start bringing out some Duskulls. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Another Hoot. Which is smart. You're going to need to start recycling those eventually with your night stretchers. Double Hoot. So we're really leaning into like a lot of opportunities for jewel seeking.
Those, I feel like Hoot Noctowl, this new Hoot Noctowl have really changed the meta.
Here's the Turo.
Yeah.
One of the ways to get this Blood Moon Ursaluna out of the active, and things are starting to look very, very, very good for Spencer right now. Except when you drop cards on the ground. But it's all good. It's all good. Very, very, very exciting right now. This is the kind of play where you're just like, I've got so many opportunities to get this right. That's what I love about the Terrapagos deck. Is jewel seeking is it's like what we had with Inteleon back in the day with Palkia and Inteleon decks, but this is just way scarier because it's just as recyclable as Inteleon was, but there are things like Briar that didn't exist back then. There are much scarier late game or mid game mechanics.
He's got the energy. He's doing 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 182. Yep, he's going to get the knockout on that Raikou.
Ouch.
And it said Mario only plays one of those, so that Raikou was okay. He's gonna bring up that Pikachu just to try and survive a turn if he can't get anything set up, because that Pikachu's got that Resolute Heart ability, so it can't be one hit KO'd.
Yeah, at this point, you really kind of want to get.
He's gonna have to get that.
What other attackers does he have?
He's gonna have to get that Dust Noir up to put that damage on the Pikachu. Or he's gonna have to boss.
Yeah, it's time to start. It's time to start angling towards the Raichu, which he's going to need, and because Miraidon does 220. It's
not going to be quite enough for the Terrapagos. I believe the Terrapagos is 230.
And when you have and he doesn't have the Bouffalants out, which is fine. It's fine. He doesn't need them. He has enough threat there because the great thing about the Terrapagos is Terrapagos gets knocked out. You just jewel seek for a Thornton, and your Terrapagos is back. Then all you have to find is that double turbo energy, and you're drawing so much, you're pulling so much out of your deck. It's pretty easy to find that.
I'll admit I was worried about Spencer in the beginning of this match when he had to start with that Blood Moon in the active. And he didn't have that Terrapagos front. He really turned this match around. But Terrapagos is just such a versatile deck that you can just see such a huge turn like that.
You can, whereas some decks you're like Goldengo, where you're just trying to draw as much into your deck as possible, so you just have it all. With Terrapagos, you're precision pulling, you're jewel seeking, you're finding exactly what you need to do every single thing you want.
Yeah, I think Terrapagos just really should prove to players like just how important sequencing is in this game.
100%. 100%. And Miraidon's also a really good example of like powerhouse sequencing too, because it's a balance of drawing, thinning, and then finding a way to start pulling out that energy with the electric generator. There's the right and wrong time to be playing a lot of these cards in the Miraidon deck.
If depending on what happens on this turn, if Spencer can go and survive and not lose anything major, and the Raikou has come back, and he can get a Dust Noir up, take out that Pikachu. Yeah, there's the pass turn. If he can get a Dust Noir up, or even just a Dusclops, and put some damage on that Pikachu and knock it out, that's also really going to hurt Mario because he's going to lose a lot of Pokemon off that bench.
Yeah. All you have to do is Dusclops for 50 onto the Pikachu.
Okay, we're bringing out that Feather Ball, which
is going to be the
another Pidgeot. Does he have another Pidgey on the bench? I can't tell what those two cards on. No, those are both.
No, one's the Fan Rotom and one's a Hoot. I think he's just thinning it.
Yeah.
Trying to thin it, trying to keep something out of his draw that he doesn't need, which is smart because he doesn't draw a lot.
I'm willing to bet he's about to get a knocked out to go ahead and use another Jewel Seeker. I bet that's what he's pulling out with that Ultra Ball. Yep, he did. He went ahead and evolved another Hoot Hoot. So now he's gonna be able to get a boss.
Oh gosh.
Let's see if it's
straight for that.
Let's see if it's a rare candy. It is a nest ball.
All right, he's going straight for that Raikou. Mm-hmm. The Raikou's obviously the biggest threat. It's the only thing that has the firepower to knock out, to one hit KO anything he's got. And so
okay, now he's gonna go for a Palpad.
Palpad and Boss.
Yep.
Boss to I think get that Raikou, and then Palpad to bring the boss back.
Oh, he's going for the Fez.
Okay.
He's going to try and take away some draw support from Mario.
Oh man, you gotta love to see it. I love it when players are like flying through and like playing fast, like this. You know, it's like the nerves are there, the excitement's there. Like, just means so much, you know. And I love it. I love it when the passion's running high like this.
I mean, one thing I love is I can see Spencer out the window right here, and like he has just been smiling this whole game. Like he's just happy to play.
Yeah, ready to go.
That's
ready
what we want to see, because like we want to see that happiness no matter what happens.
All right, here we go. We're attacking, knocking out the Pheasantipity. Spencer takes his next two prizes, and things are looking great for him.
Well, I mean, really the only option Mario has here is he's got to take out the Terapagos, but then all Spencer's going to do is use the Pidgeot, get another one.
Or just Bloodman.
Or, yeah.
The Bloodman is sitting on the bench waiting for that.
Well, Mario hasn't taken any prize. He would take two, so the Bloodman would still need like three energy,
sorry,
I believe.
I thought I did the other way around. But yeah, you're right, exactly. And all you need to do is Jewel Seek, find that Thornton. The whole thing's back. Now, what does his hand look like? I don't see the energy in there, but either way, I mean, what Mario does not know is what's in Spencer's hand. So you've got to play to the best possible situation you can if you're playing Miraidon right now. And the best possible situation, I think, as you said, is taking out that Terapagos. He does have the Raichu down, so he is starting to look at this turn after, hoping that that Terapagos does not come back.
I don't remember the HP of Raichu off the top of my head. I believe it's 200. So I mean that's another easy two prizer for Terapagos.
Yeah, it's just a V. You know, this is you know, looking at the HP spread on Olive Miraidon. This is a great situation for Spencer. He has one hit knockouts.
Okay. Oh, what are we bossing up? We're taking out the Pidgeot.
That's smart.
I will say that's one rule I learned early because I was a VG player for a while and then got into TCG, and I learned that was a rule I learned pretty early was kill the Pidgeot.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Pidgeot famously is.
Oh, and he had another knockdown in hand.
There it is.
So there's
game.
The boss. That's game.
That's game. GG's. Wow. And that's how you do it. Didn't even need to use the Bouffalon. Didn't need to use the Briar. I mean, I don't think he even runs. Yeah, he runs one Briar. He didn't use the Thorton. Didn't use any comeback mechanics. Just straight powered through.
I was really worried for Spencer in the beginning, but he really turned it around. He has clearly mastered this Terapagos deck because it just has so many components. And like I said, sequencing is such an important part. It is really hard. But you can tell he's really been practicing with it. He really knows his deck. That was a great match. And,
you know, it's like he's been playing juniors all morning, all afternoon. This is his first round playing a master, and it's not the best. It's not the best matchup, that's for sure. Yeah. Miraidon is outstanding, and it's super aggressive, but so is Terapagos.
But I mean, all right. Well, we're going to go ahead and go to a break, and we will be back with round 5. That's going to be our last round before we start going into Top Cut.
Very exciting. Looking forward to seeing you guys back.
See y'all soon.
Hi, and welcome to round 5 of the Common Ground Games League Cup. We've got Douglas Cox on the right playing Lost Zone Box, and Bruce Hoffman on the left playing Charizard.
And this is a really exciting match because this is definitely a win and in. The person who wins this is definitely going into top cut, and we have probably there's definitely some Pokemon here that I have never seen used before. So there's some very exciting plays coming up, and we definitely have a Charizard that I'm unfamiliar with. This list is definitely something that's really, really interesting that I think you guys are going to be really excited to see.
Yeah, there's definitely some cards you don't normally see in Charizard in this list. I also appreciate the One Piece TCG sleeves and the Digimon mat from our Charizard player.
Yes, definitely.
I think the only thing that could make it better would be some Magic the Gathering dice.
Yeah.
Starting off with a Mew, which you don't normally see in Charizard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, no. So, yeah, you're right. But it's not a bad start. You have free retreat. You have control there. I'm not like opposed to that.
Yeah, it's just something a little bit different. Most of the times you see Mew in Miraidon. You see Mew in some of these Palkia lists, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
But I haven't seen it in Charizard for a while.
Oh my gosh. So we're getting set up here. He's going to attach for turn on the Mew and pass. And who is excited about some flower selecting? I think we're going to have some flower selecting coming up.
Yep. Love selecting from the top 2 cards of my deck.
Yep.
Lost Zone's still one of the hardest decks to play at a top level, I think.
Oh, of course, because at any given moment, if you're not clear-eyed about every decision you make and commit every time you flower select, it is the stakes are always high when you're playing Lost Box. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. I want to point out the Bidoof on the Charizard bench. We haven't really seen a lot of Bibarel Zards. Most lists just play the standard Pidgeot line right now.
Because you're not really needing it, because you got other ways to draw cards. You've got Pheasantipity, and you've got a variety of supporters that do everything that you might want to do with the Bidoof. I'm interested. I'm interested to see where this goes. It's definitely part of like Charizard's general strategy of just being a comeback.
Yep.
And when you have a deck like Lost Box, which is all about chip damage and like spreading things out, I really don't. I can't see where this is going to go. This is going to be just a really exciting match, start to finish.
Yeah, interestingly, we put the Manaphy on the bench, which normally that might look weird, but I imagine the reason we're doing it is so that Mew doesn't copy the Radiant Greninja's attack later in the game.
100%. That's really smart. I think Douglas knows exactly what he's doing with each of these very, very important bench slots.
Draw 3 off of a Pokestop. Let's go.
Spin the stop and take it all home. That's great. All right, so now he's spun the stop. He's done all the things he can possibly do. He's still going more. He's thinning still.
Yeah, I mean, he just got 2 nest balls, so he gets to set up more.
This is a great opportunity because you don't have to like rush into the throwing cards in the Lost Zone just yet.
Yeah, I mean, if it were me, and I thought I could get to 7 here for the Mirage Gate, I would do it. But obviously, we need a vacuum to pull that play off.
One thing we're just going to have to kind of make note of is we can't quite see where the prize cards are for Douglas's side, so we'll just have to kind of keep track with my old pen and pad of paper.
Yep, here we go. Switch cart, put the other comfy up, Lost Zone away, and a Pokestop since we already have one out. We do have the vacuum, so we're at 4 Lost Zones cards right now.
And does he still have one of those nest balls around?
Looks like a pass.
Oh, it's just going to be a pass.
Yep.
Okay.
This is a perfectly respectable turn. You usually want to get 4 cards in the Lost Zone as Lost Zone box in the first turn.
Gotcha.
So
Yep. I mean, I do, and because he's playing against Charizard, maybe that's why you're not aggressively going into the cram.
Yeah, I mean, the cram could also be prized here. He has the under nest ball in hand, chose not to play it.
And he does only run one cram, so that is totally a possibility.
Yeah, pretty typical Lost Zone box stuff.
Oh yeah. Sometimes it's typical to run 2 crams.
I mean, nowadays we're on like single cram, single Sableye. If you're playing like Sable Zard, you would run more, I think.
Sure. If I had ever seen this list before, but I haven't. So we're kind of in no man's land here.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I know where he's headed, but I also kind of feel like I don't. Let's see what he's going to do here. He did evolve into the Beeburl, so we've got a little bit of draw power over there.
Yeah, it looks like we mewed, then we're going to barrel. Good sequencing there.
Yep. I mean, kind of, because he could just mew and play stuff, then barrel.
That's what he did, though. He played that Charmander down.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
right. So we ended up getting 7. You got to see 7 cards off that.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
No, interestingly enough, the Pokestop in play reminds me of the second place Stuttgart list, where the Charizard player played 2 Pokestop in their list. And his reasoning for it was, I just felt like doing it.
Yeah, I know. Hearing that, it was so absurd. One of the things I love about the European regionals is they do so many player interviews, and they really kind of linger on them. Like, you really hear from these players a lot on the European regionals.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, and so what do you think? What do you think Bruce is looking at here? He attacked.
Yep, you just got to start
Knocked out the comfy.
Yep, pushing damage through. It's as a mostly one prizer deck.
Selecting, gonna get rid of the grass energy.
Yep, grass energy, usually a big signifier that a Pikachu is in the deck. I think we just saw it fanned out in the hand.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, you saw it in the hand?
I think we saw it in the hand just now. Discarding steel, and grass, a big signifier of Pikachu, since you need steel, grass, and lightning to do that 300 damage attack there.
Something to note, he's got 3 grass energy in here, so he's definitely fine scrapping one of them.
Yeah. The, what is it called?
Here comes
The
that.
cram came out of the prizes just now with the
Yeah.
Hisuian Heavy Ball, so it's exactly where we thought it was.
There you go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we're on, looks like 5 Lost Zone cards right now.
Yeah, I think like you were saying before, like we're just gonna keep barreling damage in. You know, when you're against when you're basically up against a single prize deck like Lost Zone box, Charizard just needs to push.
Yep.
It's just got to push its way through because every single prize matters. That's potentially 6 turns.
Here comes Pikachu with a Mirage Gate to set up 2 of the 3 energies needed.
Yikes.
Yeah, the 300 damage is no joke.
On some level, I'm really excited about this. The world where Pikachu EX exists. On another level, I'm just like, oh my gosh, how is this gonna? What can you do to stop it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's obviously ways. There's the Cloth and a lot of other decks, but for Charizard, what's going on here? What is your way around this Radiant Heart Pikachu?
Mm-hmm. Colress was a good find off that flower selecting, and it looks like we're going to get to the requisite 10 Lost Zone box cards here.
To get us to a Sableye?
I don't know if he's going to play Sableye this turn, but looks like we did Night Stretcher, the Steel Energy back.
And where's that switch? He's got the switch in hand.
So Metal Lightning Grass is the perfect combination for 300 damage. Pal Pad back in. I like Pal Pad here because Zard always tries to Iono or Unfair Stamp you usually at this point in the game after you either take a big knockout or put a lot of damage down, right? So getting those supporters in when your deck is that small is usually a good play.
I know. And also, when you're playing Lost Box, this is your hand you like. You like 10 cards. You like 12 cards in your hand. You like to have everything you need. You like to have all your outs right in front of you every time you fan out that hand. And that's what we've got. And we're going to do 300 damage onto this Charizard EX.
Mm-hmm.
What a world. I remember the time when 300 damage sounded like a lot.
Yeah, the V era where everything died at 220 or whatever.
But now 300 just doesn't quite cut it. Also, it's just insane. Okay, so now what do you do as your Charizard? You swing back?
Yeah, you would have to have a canceling cologne to knock out this Pikachu, so I doubt that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I don't think he runs it.
Yeah, most likely what's going to happen is we're going to try to push up something else to take a knockout, or we're going to have to put the Pikachu to 10 HP, which is not a great turn, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you don't want. Because like you said before, if you're doing one knockout per turn to get you to 6 prizes, that's 6 turns as Charizard.
Yep.
With not getting that knockout one turn, that puts you at 7 turns for your win con.
Yeah, Arvin, the supporter for turn. If we had a Dusk Noir or Dusclops lined up, that's one way to take care of the Pikachu. You put damage on it first. 100%. That gets around its what is the name of its ability? It's like can't remember if it's electric heart or not, but whatever. Whatever the name of the ability is, that's one way he could get around it. But no Dusclops on the bench.
Yeah, the no Dusclops on the bench. I'm sure this is one thing that Bruce is sitting there thinking, I wish I had a Dusclops on my bench. But, it's not too late. You can do it right now. You can put a Duskull down this turn, swing into the Pikachu, Dusclops evolve and Dusclops next turn, and then swing into one of these single prizes. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's still not ideal, but you cut yourself back to those 6 turns instead of 7 turns to hit your win con.
Yep.
Am I right on my math here? I keep saying this. If I'm wrong, you should correct me.
Okay. It just depends. Now, something that's also interesting here is we did go for this other Charizard, which means we could attach some fire energy to the Mew, and then
he is attaching it to the Mew.
Yeah, we can Prime Catcher since Bruce runs Prime Catcher in his list. He can Prime Catcher up that Radiant Greninja. Oh, but the Manaphy is there.
The Manaphy's there.
Yeah, again, that Manaphy just coming in clutch here.
I'm just going to take another peek at prizes just to make sure I'm right on prize card count.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like we're getting it, the energy on the Zard. It looks like there's 2 on the Mew, though, so if we do take out the Manaphy at some point, the Greninja attack from the Mew is still on the table.
Parker, I think this is going to be a bit of a long one.
I mean, both these decks are long game decks. They're not, racing decks, really.
Doug is at 6 prizes. Bruce is at 5. And he swings into the Pikachu.
Yep.
He swings into the Pikachu.
Yep. Pikachu goes down to 10 HP left.
No Turo to get out on this. So,
yep.
That's just where Pikachu's going to live.
Yeah. Now, what would be interesting is if we gust up, I don't know if we can do it, but if we gust up the other Zard, put 300 damage on that one after you Super Rod in the energies, then suddenly both Zards are at 30 health each, which means that Sableye can knock them both out.
And that would be absolutely devastating for Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, the last time I played against Charizard with the Lost Box, we were devoing our way into wins against Charizard and just board wiping them. Now we're sitting here with, Charizard not really afraid of the board wipe.
We lost sound away the Prime Catcher there.
Yikes.
We valued the grass energy over the Prime Catcher.
And there's a reason. And we haven't talked about that reason yet. But there's a reason. There is a very legitimate reason.
Looks like we're going to fail to find on one nest ball and then
And
put
there's
out
the reason.
the Wu Qian.
Wo Chen is here, ladies and gentlemen.
I had to read what this card did.
Wo
I've never.
Chen has 130 HP. For a grass and basic, it does Hazardous Greed for 20. If there are 3 or fewer cards in your deck, this attack also does 120 damage to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And this is what we were talking about. You run your deck down to nothing. You keep refueling it with your rods, and this is how you beat Charizard with a card I've never heard of.
And the grass weakness for the Zard too. So
It's done.
it's time. We're going to use Mirage Gate, put the energy on the Wu Chen or Wo Chen.
Wo Chen.
Yeah, the Wo Chen, and then switch it up, kill the Zard, and kill a barrel and a Charmander.
Oh my gosh.
That's 4 prizes.
This is a devastating turn for Bruce. Oh my gosh.
Oh, there was a Duskull on the bench. There was a Duskull on the bench. It was a little off camera, but that was an insane turn.
He did have the Duskull.
Yeah.
He wasn't wishing. He had it.
Yeah,
But he doesn't
he
have
played it.
any-
He played it last turn, I guess.
He doesn't have it anymore.
No.
Which is, when we were talking about ways to find your way through and chip down at those 6 turns that you need to beat this Lost Zone box, that's gone. now he's back in a situation where you have to just rewrite the rules to everything, because another attack from Wo Chen is not what you want to see right now.
Also, hilariously, we can't use Mew to copy the ability because we have the Manaphy on the bench.
It doesn't do anything. You're basically just chipping for 20.
And the 130 Entangling Whip is not really a great attack for your Mew to copy either.
Yeah, because if you do Entangling Whip, you discard the top 3 cards of your own deck.
Yep.
And I can't see what his deck looks like, but it's definitely looking like Bruce is not thinking that that's a viable solution here. Brutal. Probably one of the most devastating turns I've ever seen Lost Box do without Sableye. When he tossed that Prime Catcher, there was no need for the Prime Catcher. Okay, it does look like he's got plenty of cards in his deck. That's for sure. So.
Trying to determine what's going on right now. Is it Super Rod? Oh no,
he's
we're Ultra Balling for Radzard.
Ultra Balling for Radzar, and we had a 6 prize turn or 4 prize turn last time.
Yeah, there were 4 prizes taken. The Zard was 2,
my
and
gosh.
the Barrel was 1. The Duskull was 1.
Oh my gosh! And now you're in a situation where you can't even put anything on your bench because everything's in Wo Chen range.
Mm-hmm.
He's a night stretcher away from Wo Chen becoming right back, just where it was, and being this huge threat.
Or a Super Rod.
Or a Super Rod.
Yeah.
Look how many cards are in his deck.
Yeah. Oh, and the Sableye is waiting in the wing.
Absolutely. When we saw this list, we were like, what are we going to see right now? And that's what you're going to see. You're going to see this play out exactly the way Douglas wants it to play out. He's looking for Charizards. He's hoping for Charizards today. And I wonder if he's going to find him in, I don't know. We'll see how things go. He might be in top cut and find another one.
Yeah, both players 2-2 right now, but 3-2 has a potential to make it in.
Okay, so he is... That's not a pass. Was that a pass? Did he just retreat and pass?
Now here's
gonna
on the
tap
knockout. Yep.
All right, and now... So the prize trade is as such. Bruce has 4 prizes left, and Doug has 2. And I don't know what that card is. That's the Pikachu. The Pikachu at 10 HP.
It has 40 HP because he switch carded it to the bench earlier in the game. Which doesn't really matter that much, but
that's great. It's
Yep.
great for Doug, and I'm sure Bruce has absolutely no problem with that.
yeah. So we potentially have 2 Mirage Gates left since we used 1 on the Pikachu earlier, and we have 1. We used 1 on the Wo Chen.
Wo Chen, yeah.
Interesting about this deck right now. No water energy.
Yeah, no water energy.
Yeah, he couldn't have gone for the Greninja play earlier in the game if he wanted to.
Gone are the days of Kyogering your way through VMAXs.
a lot of the current popular versions of this Lost Zone box deck, they're so greedy. They have 3 water energy, 2 of all of the
exactly
Pikachu.
as you predicted.
Yep.
We are loading up the Pikachu, dropping down the Sableye. Doug is putting Bruce in such a challenging situation right now.
Yep.
And that is knocking the Charizard down to just 30 HP left.
Of note, unless he shuffled it back in, which I didn't think he did, the Psychic Energy is in the discard pile right now for Douglas, which means that we do need the Night Stretcher to pull it out of the discard, or a Super Rod to put it back into the deck.
Yeah. Either way, I don't think he's going to have too much trouble finding it if that's the route he has to go. It's either going to be pretty easy to find a Night Stretcher or pretty easy to find that energy.
Yeah. Now, Iono could be an out for Bruce.
Here, is it coming? There
Yep,
it is.
there
There's
it
the
is.
Iono.
Yeah. It's not guaranteed, obviously, because those last 2 cards in deck could be pretty good, right?
Doug has time. Let's go back to
There it is. There's the Psychic we put back in the deck from our earlier Super Rod. So, yeah, that's going to be game.
Did Bruce just ask if he got the Psychic?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little cheeky show. Oh, well,
What?
free. I mean, you get a retreat off Mew, put the Charizard back up. You know,
You're right. What's gonna be? What's happening next? Why did he show it to him? The other card in his hand is a Super Rod.
Mm-hmm.
Not that makes as much difference now that his deck is his former hand.
Yeah, it looks like Colress Psychic Energy is the 2 cards that were left in deck that he drew with the Iono.
Okay, and here comes the Charizard back into the active.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna swing, take the knockout on that the Sableye, and Bruce goes down to 3 prizes.
Yep. The draw was Lost Vacuum. We're gonna Comfey Cramorant. We'll do it. Yep. Retreat Cram.
And that's game.
Yep.
GG's. Oh my Wo Chen.
4 prize turn Wo Chen.
I'm sorry, Wo my Chen.
Whoa.
I don't know what is going on. We just saw probably the craziest play I've ever seen a Lost Box do, and it's brand new. This is why you look for this stuff in the league challenges and the league cups, and even just regular league nights. I'm gonna play Wo Chen in my Lost Box.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change the entire rules of Lost Box. I'm gonna bet that after Charizard just swept Stuttgart, that it's time for me to put all my faith and my trust into a basic 130 HP Pokemon that people have been memeing since the moment it merged to the format, and that's Wo Chen.
It looked more like calculated greed than hazardous greed to me.
It's hazardous for Bruce. I mean, that's like the most devastating turn I think a Charizard player has ever seen from a grass type.
All right. Lost Zone 3-2 could make top cut. We'll be back in a little bit here with our top 8 match.
Wow.
Okay, sorry about that. We had some technical issues just now, but it looks like we're back up and running. Charizard player has had a pretty not good start with the Luminion as the active.
Yep, you never want to see that with that card. It defeats the purpose.
Yeah, the good news is in Charizard you do have a few ways to get around that. Thornton and Professor Soros, but it looks like we went first as Charizard.
It looks like he did get one Charmander on the bench. There's a glare on it. I think that's a Charmander.
Yeah, that's definitely a Charmander.
It looks like our Roaring Moon player is off to a pretty good start. He's got that Pecharunt. He's discarding those energies like they want to do. He's going to Ultra Ball. I would guess he's about to grab a Roaring Moon out of that. I'm going to go back and look at his hand. I right after Shrouded Fables came out, that turned me into a Roaring Moon EX player for a little bit. Oh, he's going to grab that Squawkabilly. That makes sense. I think Shrouded Fables gave Roaring Moon everything it needed to be really successful. I think it's a really fun deck.
This is traditionally one of Roaring Moon's harder matchups, though, which is weird because on paper you would think, oh, Roaring Moon, it can KO everything. Charizard's 330, it doesn't matter. But in practice, I've found that the Charizard player usually has the tools it needs to push through the Roaring Moon. The revenge killing and comeback potential of Charizard is just so good. Plus, the Duskull line really lets you punish a Roaring Moon that goes to 30 HP.
It does. It looks like Adewale tried to use a Pokemon catcher and it was not successful. He was trying to bring up that Charmander and just eliminate that threat if possible.
Yeah.
And just keep that Charizard from ever showing up.
I don't think you're too unhappy if you're get a KO here on the Luminion either, but we do have to find the namesake card first, though, if that's going to happen.
Looks like we're gonna
Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, Earthen Vessel, and I have an odd feeling he's about to conceal cards with that Greninja he just played.
Yeah, these turbo decks with Sada love Greninja.
I'm gonna miss it when it goes away in a few months.
There's
Pokestop.
Pokestop.
Pokestop. Oh. Okay. All right. That Nest Ball's a good hit.
Yeah, that was the single prizer one. Oh, and there's the Pecorant, which has been a new addition to the deck.
I do not. My Roaring Moon. When I was playing Roaring Moon, that was not in there, so I'm not 100% sure how that one. Like I know how the ability works and everything. I'm not quite sure the complete strategy of it. I'm very interested to see what he's about to do. He got that Fez out. Okay, he's gonna start with the attacking with the Pecharunt.
Yeah, poisoning and doing a bunch of damage. That can answer some stuff for sure here. Yeah, normally you see that Pecharunt in these Cloth decks, since the Cloth decks rely on the Brew Bonnet with poison, but it's kind of interesting to see him make an appearance in the Roaring Moon EX.
And that makes a lot of sense.
I wonder, though, if we're going to see a
Okay, looks like he played a judge. So now both players are going to shuffle in and draw 4 cards.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Sorry, was the what supporter we were going to play this turn. Judge is excellent in a deck like this. I'm a big Judge fan myself. I've tried to play it in Raging Bolt before, although it's not the best there, but I love it in these kind of turn one going second decks where you just want to remove your opponent's options, maybe get the supporter that they're holding on to they couldn't play on the first turn out of hand.
I think Ottawala was hoping to get a dark patch off that judge to get that one last energy he needed on that Petrarant, but sadly he was not able to get it. There's the Arvin.
Yep, Arvin from Saul.
So
Saul was on camera in round, 3 or 2?
I think that sounds right. I think he was the one that went up against the Archaladon player.
Yes, in round 2, that's what it was.
Just got that. Okay, he's going to get that Buddy Poffin, really get that bench set up. There's that Far Sealstone.
Yep.
That's another card. I'm going to miss that card. My guess would be a Pidgey and another Charmander.
Yeah, I would prioritize a Duskull at least if I were Saul, but it'd be interesting to see what he prioritizes. There are 2 Duskull on the list, so even if you prize one of them, you should still have access to one in most games. I don't know what the chances are of prizing both. It's really low though when you do 2 Duskulls versus the thin 1/1/1 line.
He was real quick on that Charmander. Okay, he is going to go with the Pidgey. I think he started to grab the Pidgey, and then when he got towards the end of this deck and he saw the Duskull, he really thought about it.
Yeah. Now there is a chance that we have a Nest Ball or another Poffin at some point to set the bench up a little bit more.
He's going to use that Forest Sealstone, so at least he's getting some use out of that Luminion.
Yeah. See what he grabs here. Yep, another Poffin.
All right, there's going to be our Duskulls. Oh, no, he's going to bring out the Cleffa.
Yeah, Cleffa Duskull is probably the play. It lets you set up 2 Charmanders, 1 Pidgey, 1 Duskull like you want to, and then Cleffa as your draw Pokemon to refill your hand. You know, just taking things slow, doesn't have to initiate the prize trade at all. Yeah, in other matchups, Roaring Moon, like let's say Roaring Moon Rhydon or Roaring Moon Bolt, you know, that getting those first prizes is just so tantamount.
I said Ottawala still has a really good chance of getting set up very quickly. He got a lot of energy into the discard very quickly, so if he can get some dark patches or even a Sada's would be amazing for him.
Yeah, using your opponent's Pokestop to fill your own yard is sometimes beneficial. Right, a draw up to 7, and now it's back to Ottawale's turn. One of the things that's kind of hard with the Roaring Moon deck is there's a lot of liabilities on the bench. Squawk, Fez, this Pekarun can sometimes be a liability. There's just a lot of ways for decks to take those 2 prizes.
You're going to see that Sada go to the discard. That's a hard hit.
Yep. Yeah, Sada really, really important in this deck, like it is in Ancient Box or in, what is it called? The Roaring Moon. Yeah, in Roaring Moon.
No.
Or not Roaring Moon, this is Roaring Moon.
Yeah,
I was talking about Raging Ball. In Raging Ball, yeah, you want a Sada early in the game as often as possible.
He's not having a lot of luck with those Pokemon catchers.
Yeah, he does run 4 copies, so you have
that was his second one.
Yeah, you do have time to maybe.
I mean, if this were me, I would just attach that to that baby Petrarant. I would, that's exactly what he's going to do. I would just go ahead and poison and kill that poor sad baby Cleffa.
One of the other interesting things about this Pekarun is because of the poison damage and dying to poison, it turns off the Fezandipity from the other side.
That is true. Yeah. caught a lot of players off guard as a judge. That's actually a very common judge call we've gotten, is people don't realize that and then use the fez, draw the cards, put them into their hands, and sadly that can very quickly turn into a prize card penalty or a game loss.
Yeah, and unfair stamp also can't be used while, which is, the ace spec of choice here in the Charizard list.
All right. Okay, yep, so there goes the Cleffa.
That was a second judge from Adewale. Now Saul has a choice.
At least that Luminion's safe on the bench for the time being.
Yeah, I think we're just going to do normal Charizard things here. Probably Pidgeot into a big Zard, and then I would be interested to see if we boss up something like the Fez or the Pecarunt.
When looking at this Charizard list, now I know you are much more of a Charizard expert than I am. Does it seem like Saul is running less energies than normal? Because I feel like the minimum I've ever seen is at least 6, right?
So a lot of lists have been running 5 recently.
Okay.
I think 5 is the sweet spot for Charizard.
Okay.
You can run 6. And then I've also seen last format, a lot of people ran 5 and a double turbo energy, or 5 and a mist energy. But the standard build now is to run 5. You have 2 rods plus a night stretcher to really, recycle those energies.
Because I know that was a problem there for a while with Charizard, was either prizing too many energies or just going through them too quickly, and then they were just stuck.
Yeah, but we've really kind of these deck lists are almost down to a science here. We have only the 3-1-2 Zard line in order to fit in all of these support Pokemon into the deck. And it's been pretty lean for the most part. So I think 5 is perfectly fine. You just can't use your opponent's Pokestop that often in a game, right? Yeah.
Okay, we're just reading it. I don't think he's got what he needs to get a Charizard set up.
Oh, we're having technical difficulties. 1 second.
While we're waiting, let's just take a moment to appreciate that beautiful shiny roaring moon up there in that top corner.
Is it like a lime green or something?
It is.
I can't tell.
Yeah, it's more like a mint green.
Mint?
Yeah.
It's a minty fresh?
Yeah, I like it. I will eventually one day find one.
Oh, because it's the same color as the non-ancient version, the Salamence.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it has similar color. Okay.
Okay, I'm assuming, did he pass?
No, I think he's... Yeah,
Yeah, he's
okay.
passed. We're on Adewale's turn.
Okay, yeah. So, Pokegear, not something you see in every one of these Roaring Moon lists, but I like it, especially if you don't have access to Luminion, like I think it's missing out of this list. Yep.
I love Pokegear and Roaring Moon because, I mean, you want those Sadas. Late game, you want those bosses. And it looks like he's already thinned out quite a bit of his deck, so, I mean, it just makes it that much more efficient. We're going to see our first Dark Patch.
Yeah, the supporter split here out of Roaring Moon is kind of like is one that I like for the racing decks, which is 1 boss, 2 judge, 4 Sada for the ancient decks. Especially if you choose not to run Iono, I think Judge is an excellent supporter. I just couldn't get it to work in Raging Bolt the way that I wanted to,
I really like Adewale's player out there. He just bossed up the Pidgey and used the baby Pecharunt to go ahead and take care of that problem. I don't think you were in here when Daniel and I were commenting on one of the matches. Oh, it was the Terapagos one. The other player quickly brought up that Pidgeot and used the Raikou to get rid of it instead of the Terapagos. And I was telling Daniel that was a lesson I learned early when I switched over from VG to TCG was knock out the Pidgeot. Get rid of the Pidgeot as quickly as possible.
Yeah, tutoring through your deck every turn is very dangerous. Yeah, I would rather let my opponent draw 3 blind cards than pick their perfect card every turn.
I will say, I think though that puts, if he gets a Charizard set up, I think that puts that Roaring Moon at knockout range. It's 230, correct?
Yes.
So yeah, so he's now going to be, Charizard's now going to do 240 damage.
Yeah, Charizard, again, really efficient at getting rid of the threats in Roaring Moon, which is why I believe the matchup is pretty favorable for Charizard. But again, it's anything can happen in these Pokemon games. Just being a little bit favored in the matchup doesn't really necessarily translate to you winning the match. Okay, so here comes the Rod.
Yeah, he's on Super Rod, and I don't think he's flipped the script yet.
You're putting the Pidgey, the Charmeleon, and a Fire Energy back in the deck. I find with a lot of Charizard lists, you usually don't Rod in 3 things back all the time. Here we're doing it, obviously, because we want access to that Pidgey. Probably it's the only copy. The other, most likely in the prize, if we're rodding a Pidgey back in. But, sometimes you just want to, Rod 2 Fire Energy in, or Rod, Charizard in 1 Fire Energy. You don't have to get maximum value out of your thing.
When I'm TOing and I'm going through deck lists at challenges and stuff, I've actually noticed Super Rod has really dropped off.
Yeah.
We're not seeing him near as much as we were.
Yeah, I think you definitely want it in Zard because of it lets you run that, low count of Fire Energy. And you definitely want it in Lost Zone box.
That Saul just cannot get that Pidgeot going.
Yep, time to knock it out again. Hunt, single prizer, really putting in work.
Like I said, I told you at the beginning, I don't know a lot about this baby Petron other than the ability, but I can definitely see the value in it.
Yep.
I mean, if you put that with a Sneasler or a Perilous Jungle, what would that be? 5, 6, 7, 9?
Yeah, Roaring Moon, normally a 2 prizer deck, but we're just playing real slow, real methodical, 1 prize at a time in this Charizard matchup. It looks like we used the wrong ball search just now. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. We're Arvening. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm gonna grab that Ultra Ball. It looks like he's out of tools.
Yeah, he was he was 1 step ahead of himself there. He knew he was already going to find the Ultra Ball and discard those cards. So here it goes. So discard Fire Nest Ball for the Ultra Ball.
I'm assuming
Charizard.
The big boy's coming.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep, there he is.
Time to rare candy. The question is do we have a boss to boss up that Roaring Moon?
Well, he's already used the Arven.
Oh, right. So he can't use that.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't play. He has Countercatcher, though. Countercatcher, right? Are we on 2 to 3 prizes right now?
Yes.
Yeah. So
he could definitely take advantage of a Countercatcher. He's got something. Yep, there it is.
Taking the knockout there.
Yep. Oh.
Trying to figure out.
I think Ottawali just went ahead and conceded. I mean, that was pretty much game anyway. I don't think Ottawali would have been able to get another Roaring Moon set up.
Yeah, there's just too many support Pokemon on the bench. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there was any out there. The baby Roaring Moon was in the yard. The Pekron is not enough damage. How much actually? Can we look and see how much the
Petarant.
EX attacks for? It's
It's
60.
60 damage for each prize card your opponent's taken. It's
So he's down to one prize. So 5, 60 plus 5, that's 110. That's not enough to hit the Luminion either. Yeah.
he was up to 3, right? 60, 20. I think it would have been 180.
180.
So I think it could have taken the Luminion.
Was it 20 damage for each?
60.
Oh, 60 for each prize.
I think Saul was at 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he get the 180.
Well, time to go to game 2. So
I would not be surprised. I mean, we're going to see what happens. It's Charizard. I would not be shocked if we go to game 3.
yeah. So Ottawale gets the choice here. I imagine he wants to go second.
I would agree with that. It's one of those turbo decks. He wants to try and get a Sada off.
Oh, a Razzle's right. Oh, chose to go first.
I mean, well, with this baby Petarant, I could also see that.
Yeah, a lot of decks now want to go first. Charizard kind of switched over to going first. The Miraidon, that one Sacramento wants to go first. It's a going first meta for sure right now. But that opens up opportunities for decks that want to go second to play their Arvins into Precious Trolleys, play some greedier supporter lines, I think.
And y'all were commenting on the Archelodon deck earlier, and listen, I built that deck. I think it's very underrated. I actually think we're gonna see a surge. I could be completely wrong. That's definitely a go first deck.
Yeah, it made it onto the map at Stuttgart, 4% on the day 2 graphic.
Was that do you know if that was the Dialga one or the Starmie one?
It was both. Okay. It was there was like a split. Players haven't really decided which version they like the best.
Now I might be biased. Starmie's one of my top 10 Pokemon. I like the Starmie version better.
Only a trekking shoes off that.
That's 2 games in a row. He's lost Asadas to Pokegear.
Yep, you live by the Pokegear, you die by the Pokegear.
For his Arceus.
Yeah. All right, we don't want the Ultra Ball, so chose a different card instead.
Let's see, is he going to go for the Squawk? I believe I saw when he was shuffling his hand that he also had Asadas in hand, so I don't know if he's going to want to Squawk that away, especially now that since he just lost one.
Eyeing Latios CX, a great card to also move things in and out of the active. I do like that running it means that you don't have to run double Pekarant EX anymore. You have options.
I think Latios is one of the best cards that came out of Surging Sparks. I was talking to Daniel about this in one of the earlier matches, but me and Roaring Moon EX have a very hate-hate relationship because every time I play it, it never fails to get stuck in that active spot on my initial hand, and I love that Latios just gives that free retreat.
Yeah, and before we got that, Pekarant EX was the best addition to the deck, just, moving things in and out. I do like that this way you can choose whether or not, in the matchups where you don't want to poison your active, you can do the free retreat without having to worry about that.
Does he play any Mochis in this deck?
There are no Mochis. This is not you really only see Mochi out of these cloth decks these days, or the what is the Okie Dokie list, right? And then does Conkeldurr also play the Mochi or no? It does. Yeah. So those are the 3 decks.
Conkeldurr with Mochi's like a 290 hit. And with the poison damage and
you can KO that Pikachu in between the turns.
I'm disappointed. I was hoping we'd see a Conkeldurr today, but I'm partial to that deck.
Yeah, the only other person I know who plays Conkeldurr plays it at a different store. There's the Pidgeys.
He's playing a Rotom this time. He's got his Duskull.
Yeah, it seems like a perfect setup other than the Radzard in the active.
Does he play a Switch or...
No, not a lot of the Charizards play Switch anymore. just pretty easy to pick them up out of the active with Suro, or you can Thornton them into something else. But the other way to get things out of the active is just to let your opponent take the KO on the Pokemon, because eventually they have to do something.
He's still got time to get the Charizard and the Pidgeot out, so
Yeah.
it's a one prizer. Let it be a shield for a little bit. I'm assuming I wasn't looking. Did he just instant charge and?
Yeah, and he's used his V-Star power as well. So
it looks like he's got the Charizard and the rare candy in hand.
Another Pokestop flip. This one gets
much better one.
Yeah, Night Stretcher, Pal Pad,
And trekking shoes.
Yeah, I believe we start with shoes here.
Yep.
It's hard to tell what that is.
What it is.
He's thinking about it though. A lot of players have gone into theory. It's like, what is the correct sequencing of Greninja, Pokestop, and some of your other draw supporter stuff? It's especially relevant in those Comfey decks where you have to, use Colress's experiment, and you then decide when you're using all the other stuff.
Well, he finally got a Sawdust off, and he was able to draw those 3 cards. He's getting 2 Roaring Moons powered up this time.
Yeah.
I think it's a much better setup for both of them this round.
Yes. So I would like to see if we're going to prioritize taking out the Pidgey, or if we're going to Pokemon catcher up something like the Rotom and take the 2 prizes. It looks like the way that Adewale was playing last game, he prioritizes just like doing a little bit of damage here and here, slowly building up, but some of that could have been because of the way that he started the game, missing out on key cards. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes for a more aggressive approach here.
Okay, we're going to Ultra Ball. He has everything he needs to get that Charizard. I think he's just afraid to go ahead and do it while he's still got that Radzard stuck in the active.
Yeah, I mean, I always go for Pidgeot first.
Yeah,
going for Pidgeot lets you go for.
He has not played a supporter, so he's got everything he needs for that Charizard. I personally would go in there for that Turo scenario, get that Radzard up, and then go ahead and move up one of those Charmanders, and because I believe I still see a Charizard and a rare candy in his hand.
The Radzard is a good revenge killer, but having access to it later in the game would be very good. The other thing we could do here is we could Dusclops, put some damage on something, and then get the Zard within range to kill one of the 2 prizers as well.
He was really thinking about that move, but I get it. Like this, it's one of those matchups. Like, do you risk the Charizard dying next turn to a Frenzied Gouging?
Yeah, presenting 2 Roaring Moon EXs means that the Charizard is most likely going to be revenge killed. Something else that's really interesting that you could do is if you put the damage onto the Roaring Moon with the, preemptively do it with a Duskull, then it's much harder for them to take that Frenzied Gouging, right? One-hit KO on a Charizard. I don't think he has to do that, but it is something to think about.
Okay, there it is. There's the scenario.
Yep. Yeah.
Big boy's coming up.
Charizard is a lot less afraid of something getting stuck in the active these days now that we play the Thorntons and the scenarios. Some people even go as far to say that Snorlax is a good matchup now, but I don't know if I agree with that. A lot of these Snorlax players play like double Mimikyu and sometimes double Ogerpon, and Ogerpon is just so good against Charizard.
It looks like he got his other Duskull out of the prizes.
Yeah, I took the KO on the baby Pecorant.
Okay, we're going to get rid of the Pecharunt EX.
Oh,
and
Asadas. Not
Oh,
Asadas?
no. He's like, no, can't do it.
That's a very valuable
So
resource.
there's already 2 in there.
We have the Palpad, though, in hand, so we could shuffle them back in here.
Another
Which,
Ultra Ball, that makes sense.
yeah, I don't think we need that other Ultra Ball here. So we're going to go for...
Somebody said that to me once. The best Ultra Ball fodder is an Ultra Ball. All right, he's going to bring up that Fez.
Yep, there's the Dab Bird himself. He's going to draw 3 cards.
It was just Thanksgiving. We're bringing out the turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Got that leftover turkey.
Have you ever seen a Pheasantipity attack for game? That's my favorite.
I haven't seen an attack for game, but I've definitely seen somebody have to power him up and.
100 damage to the bench is no joke. I think Pheasantipity is the real reason why Iono has seen much less play these days. Just you Iono somebody, and then they just draw through your cards afterwards. It makes you feel real bad about your life decisions.
I played in a challenge last night, and every time I had everything I needed for game, there was the Iono, and that was the end of that.
Yeah. And I mean, it doesn't stop decks like Charizard from playing double Iono on Fair Stamp, but just because you have to. In a deck like that, you just have to, at some point, disrupt your opponent so that you can go on to secure the rest of the prizes.
I think Unfair Stamp was such a great card when it came out, but I feel like Pheasantipity has really kind of made it lose its oomph.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually go for Fez as soon as possible in most games, but Night Stretcher, just get it back in, put it back down, draw more cards.
Okay, so I think that's why he only had 1 more energy in the discard. That's why he was considering getting rid of that Sada. Okay, here we go. We're about to say goodbye to that Charizard.
Yep, free retreat into the Roaring Moon EX. Getting a quick look at his opponent's discard pile, making sure there's not something weird he needs to play around.
That's something I do a lot of times against Charizard players. I go to, okay, my life advice, go for the Pidgeot.
Yeah, you almost forgot your adage.
Yeah. You know what? I have a Cricket machine. I'm going to make a shirt.
You're going to make a shirt? Nice.
Kill the Pidgeot.
They have a saying in a different card game, Magic the Gathering. They say, bolt the bird.
Bolt the bird. But now, as I was saying right before that happened, I usually go through my Charizard's opponent's decks or discards pretty regularly to count how many energies are in there.
Also, they run so many one-ofs that, generally you can map out what's sort of they have access to still after looking at their yard.
So is that four prize cards now?
Yeah, it looks like 4/4 because we did the Pidgeot knockout, and then the Zard got the Pecorant as well as something else. I don't remember what it was.
I still feel like Adewale's at a hard place now because now Saul can either just take out that 1 Roaring Moon, and the other one will Frenzy Gouging, put itself at 30 HP, which will be an easy hit. Or I would, if I had the ability, I would boss up the other one because now he can one-shot it, and now then the other one would not be able to Frenzy Gouging anymore without knocking itself out and giving Saul the game.
Actually, are we sure that Saul doesn't have 5 prizes here? It's hard. It's hard to tell.
Stacked, I cannot tell.
I can't tell, but the only thing I think that has gone to the discard pile is the little Pecorant, the 80 HP one.
There's that. Flip the script. Looks like he's going to play an Arvin. Yep. Oh, you know what? I bet he's about to go grab that counter catcher.
Mm-hmm.
If he does have 5 prize cards, bring up that other one, at least hit it, so that way they can't frenzied getting up. He's going to grab an Ultra Ball. Oh, he's about to Dusclops.
Yeah, Dusclops would be pretty good here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, does he have 3 prizes? No. We haven't knocked out any 2 prizers, right? Latias is still here. The Pecorine didn't go away. None of the moons have died.
No, he discarded the Pecorine EX.
Yeah. Oh, did we squawk this game?
He did not squawk. No.
He did not squawk this game? No. Apologies to anybody watching. I just lost track of the prize map, but
it's just that glare on that one side. That's okay,
there's Dusclops.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna be able to take out that Roaring Moon in the active with that, and then Edawale will probably bring up the Greninja and sacrifice it.
Yeah, most likely. Okay. And then
Oh no, we're gonna go. Okay,
this makes sense.
that is a smart play.
Yep.
Before he pops up the Dusclops.
Yeah, you never
So
want
there
to
you go. Yeah.
pop your Dusclops before you use your counter catcher. Some people learn that the hard way.
Looks like he got another Pidgeot out of those prizes.
Mm-hmm. Thinking about whether or not we're going to shuffle something in with a Super Rod.
Yeah, that Fez was a smart move because now Adewale's not going to be able to get that draw support.
Yep, you got to go after the birds of both types.
I'm just gonna, I'm old. I'm gonna make the dad joke here. That turkey's getting roasted. I'll make the dad joke.
We appreciate you for that.
Yes.
It's very strange to me as an old school player to see a bird that has a weakness to fighting.
Yeah.
Like Fez does, instead of a resistance. It's kind of like how in Pocket, the Zapdos is weak to lightning somehow, even
though the Pokédex entry says it has complete control over electricity.
Yep. Very strange. Here's the knockout on the Fez.
He's got the Radzard on the thing. He had put another Duskull down.
We're down to the final prize card. So yeah, we were at 5 prize cards because two from the Roaring Moon, 2 from the Pecorine, and then 1 from the other, or 1 from the Pecorine, 2 from the Roaring Moon, 2 from the Fez. So we're at final prize.
He has a boss in hand. Looks like he has a boss, a Pidgeot. He has the unfair stamp.
It's going to be real tough here.
Okay, it looks like he's going to bring out the baby Roaring Moon.
Do you think there'll ever be a time where the Roaring Moon deck plays the Togekiss?
I wish it. I think everybody should play the Togekiss. Maybe I'm biased there.
Take 3 prizes.
Yeah, I think it's an amazing addition to any deck.
All right, Trekking Shoes. We see... I think that was a supporter of some type, but I can't tell. Whatever it was, we sneaked it right off the top.
Dark Patch. Oh,
double
dark Patch.
Double Dark Patch. All right.
So yeah, that chart. We're probably about to see that Charizard go down, but that's if Saul can get an energy into his hand, that's gonna put the Radzard in range of attacking.
Yep. So Judge is the supporter for this turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably what he saw with. He either saw that or a patch, most likely off that trekking shoes. This is really his only out here. Is give your opponent a new hand. Hope that he bricks.
Let's see if he just gave Saul that fire energy he needs for the Radzard. Ultra Ball. We got a boss. I can't tell what that second card was, and I believe that was a Night Stretcher. All right, I think I have an odd feeling we're about to see a Night Stretcher get put down.
Well, did we rod last turn to put the fire energy back in? Nope.
No,
Looks like it there.
Yep.
There it is.
Last game. So we are not going to go to game 3.
Oh, because the Charizard just died to the. So obviously the fire energy.
So the fire energy went into the discard.
Well, there's our top 8 match.
Yep.
Charizard really showing that it can comfortably play through a lot of these racing decks.
I have always tried to keep myself from playing Charizard because I'm just a weird rogue deck player, but I have to admit it's super versatile. It can overcome a lot of different things. I definitely see why it's out there.
I can't remember which pro said it, but somebody at a regional on an interview one time said Charizard will never be bad, and I kind of took that to heart. Even when Charizard, doesn't really, make the day 2 cut as well as some of the other decks, it's never a bad choice for any tournament.
Well, that was the end. That was the end of the first round of our top 8. We're going to take a break, and we will be back with round 2.
All right, and we are back for our top four match. But just before we get into top four, we want to go back and cover what just happened at the end of top eight. Top eight had the round went to game three, and it had to go to a tie-breaking situation. So we brought in the judge, Professor Josh, to explain what happened.
Hi. So I was the judge presiding over this. The game went to game three. So one player won game one, second player won game two. They were in game three and they went to time, meaning they hit the end of the time before either person had taken a win condition. So in that situation, we normally give them whatever player's turn it is, that is turn 0. They have until turn 3 after time to win the game. If they don't, it is normally a tie. However, because we're in a top cut situation where we have to have a winner each time, we evaluate at the end of each round if a win condition has been met. If not, we continue until such time we have a winner or a tie-break condition has been met. This last one was fairly interesting in that at the end of turn 3, both players had already taken 2 prizes, and we had one Pokemon poisoned in the active but no knockout. So at the end of turn 3, no one had won. Both were still tied in prizes. We continued, and during Pokemon Checkup, because of the Petron's ability, increasing damage counters placed from poison during checkup, the Charmander was knocked out, giving a win condition to the Roaring Moon player. That is how the last game ended, and this is my first time as a professor seeing a game go to a tiebreak after round 3 in Top Cut.
That's so exciting. Thank you so much, Josh, for filling us in on what happened, and good luck.
Absolutely.
Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, and have fun streaming.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a look at this game. I believe we're on turn 2 right now. This is Adewale, who was playing the Roaring Moon EX deck from the last match, and he is now facing Will, who's playing Regidrago V-Star. Regidrago V-Star has a special place in my heart. Dragon types are my favorite. I was playing this when it was still a rogue deck, and then it just boomed in popularity. I think they've come out with so many new dragons that are just amazing additions. We might get to see Will try and use that new Alolan Executor EX that's a coin flip, and if it's a heads, you take out a basic in the active spot. If it's a tails, you get to pick a basic on the bench.
Which, honestly, in this matchup, means a lot.
It does. I think every single thing in this Roaring Moon deck is a basic. Yep. So
I think we're going to be seeing some coin flipping here. It looks like we're starting off. He's on the Regidrago side. He's starting off with a Mew EX. And he's currently in the middle of doing a deck search to figure out what those prizes are as he cashes in on this Ultra Ball. What do you think he's going to grab first here?
My guess is you want to get a Regidrago V on the bench. He might go for an Ogerpon.
Start that draw power, the teal dance.
The Ogerpon is just what really made Regidrago so meta. Being able to use those energy switches to move that grass energy around, getting that draw engine. They're a great backup for if you go up against a Charizard. Will's really, really thinking about it. I think he's gonna. I think I just saw him put that Ogerpon on the top. Yep. Yeah. He's gonna grab that Ogerpon.
Play it safe, start a little slow, but at the same time, you're also pulling those cards. You're starting to get through your deck. That's really the important part here is get those cards into your hand and not necessarily in the discard. You want to control what goes in the discard with Regidrago.
The only thing on Will's deck, and I think this has become a little bit more common in Regidrago, it's been a while since I played it, he's only playing 2 fire energies. I don't know, maybe we'd be playing it too safe. I played 3 when I played it.
Yeah.
But just taking that risk of even even prizing just 1 fire energy could be a big
blow. You gotta wonder just a little bit when he was going through that long deck search if he was trying to count out those things. I couldn't quite see what was in his deck with the angle we've got here, but I'm curious. He does have a fire in his hand right now.
Okay, so. It looks like he just drew a jamming tower. That's one of my favorite stadiums, especially right now because so many tools are being played.
And on the Roaring Moon side, are we doing any mochi over here?
No mochi on this one. So I don't think the only thing that jamming tower is really going to be good for is knocking those Pokestops, which is still super important with Roaring Moon.
Definitely. All right, so he was able to get set up with a Regidrago V, Ogre Pawn EX, which that's the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX, and also the Squawk ability. And I think we're gonna
Looks like he's going to grab that Radzard.
There you go.
I don't know if I would have played that this early, but
At least he knows where it is.
yeah. Because I mean, you really want, in my opinion, with Regidrago, you really want to try and get at least 2 Ogre Pawns out on the bench, and then I would say 2 Regidragos, because like I said, if that thing gets bossed up and knocked out, like you're just starting over.
Well, also let's think about this. If you're ending this turn with this hand, he's going to swap and seize here. We're going to get some more cards, see some more cards. But you pull that Mew out of the active and put that Radiant Charizard. You know where it's at. It's in your discard, right? This is what he's going to do. And he tries to force that attack onto the single prize and start moving into a bit of a favorable prize map for his gameplay.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to move up that Radzard and go ahead and just pass. I did not really, when he squawk and seized, I really didn't get to see what he got into his hand.
Neither did I.
It looks like
Pretty good.
that rainbow, it's probably the Hisuian Gudra.
Or it's either the Gudra or it's Regidrago V-Star. Adewale is doing a Pokestop 3.0 and he found Asada. Great card to have.
Parker and I were talking about the Pokestop in this deck. I think it's a great addition because, I mean, you really depend on those Sadas.
Oh, you gotta have it. You gotta have it.
And I said late game, you really want to try and get those bosses out.
Yeah. You gotta have it. The difference between this and Ancient Box is Ancient Box, you'd rather it just go into the discard. If it's not in your hand, you want it in the discard because that's how you power up the baby Roaring Moon. But since this is not an Ancient Box deck, this is a Pecharunt Roaring Moon deck. You kind of have to go a little bit route. The Pokegear is awesome. You're being conservative, keeping cards in the deck, just pulling what you need, being more precise. Are we back? Are we back over on Will's side?
I think Will is starting his turn right now. I also noticed on Will's list he's playing it a little safe, and he's only playing one of those Dragapult EXs in his deck, and because that's
Safe or risky?
I think that's kind of risky because if you prize that, that's a big hit. In my opinion, and I think a lot of people would agree with me. There might be people in chat right now going, "This dude don't know what he's talking about." I think the 2 most important things in your Regidrago are your Dragapult and your Hisuian Gudra.
I agree.
So I always play 2 Dragapults.
The Gudra for the mirror, and then now the interesting thing about the Dragapult that's really, really important is we have a card that nearly knocks itself out to get its knockouts on the Roaring Moon side. So that's like the perfect situation. It's exactly
the Dragapult is so important in this matchup because you want to try and get those damage counters onto those Roaring Moons
and stop the ability from ever happening. Or not, it's not an ability. Stop that attack from even
effect.
Being viable.
Either just stop it from happening or make them have to knock themselves out by doing it.
Yeah. All right, here we're back on Adewale's side. Still kind of feels like he's struggling to set up. That's just what I'm looking at here.
I know, in the last round, we noticed that happening, but I mean, all of a sudden he would just out of nowhere, just have a full bench.
Okay.
So here comes the Fez.
It's interesting you put the Fez down before you got a knockout.
I was about to say I'd feel a little more comfortable for him if he got another Roaring Moon out.
Yeah. All right.
We're gonna pass.
2 Roaring Moons out. We got the Pheasantipity. We've got the Squat. I mean, it's just kind of an awkward bench on Adewale's side. Over on Will's side, he's kind of got everything he needs. I kind of wish there was another Ogre Pawn out, but it's kind of...
There goes that first energy switch.
There it is, yep.
Oh, he's going to switch it onto the other one.
So he's going to take it slower. Take it slower. Take it easy.
He's going to... I mean, don't put all your eggs in one basket, especially when you only have that one Ogre Pawn.
Big time slow. And here's the Iono. I wonder what they're going to...
Both players are getting a completely refreshed hand.
And we do see
there's the V-Star. There it is.
Okay.
He did pull a Grass Energy. He's got 1 Grass Energy on the Ogre Pawn, so he's can still switch things. There's There's another teal dance. And I think he pulled a Roaring Moon. Does he play a Roaring Moon?
No, he does
No, he does not. I can't tell.
No,
what
he's got a professor's research in his hand. I can tell he's kind of mulling over whether or not it's time to play that or. No, he did. Sorry, he did the Iona. So there is no.
Oh, okay, it's a professor's research.
And I think he already did attach return. Can we?
I also, it's hard since his discard's kind of
that was
off to the side.
It was the energy switch.
Yeah, his discard's kind of off to the side. I'm not 100% sure what all dragons he has in there.
I don't think there's a lot. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what he's got already discarded because there might have been something off that Squawk and Seas, but we didn't really see it. So the suspense is active. We're going to find out with you guys.
Okay, I think he might only have one dragon because he just went and tried to set something off to the side. I could only see the bottom of the card.
Yeah, I saw what the bottom of the card looked like, but I'm just going to open up the Regidrago list here and just see. It looked like that was a Cleffa.
So I think that's why he's moving a little bit slower right now and keeping that Radzard in the active. Is I don't think he has the dragon support
Exactly.
to start attacking.
And also that's why he's spreading out the energy just to make sure if some aggression comes from Adewale's side first, then he is not in a situation where he is he's put all his eggs in one basket. Because that is the risk with Roaring Moon EX. Roaring Moon EX, once it hits those three energies, it can just one hit KO.
Adewale hits that Pokemon catcher. And honestly, that Ogerpon is a huge risk because that Roaring Moon EX is double weak to grass. So that Ogerpon just with the base 3 energies it needs attack can take out a Roaring Moon EX.
So he's trying to topple this Ogerpon to stop the threat. That makes sense.
I mean, that's another. In my opinion, that's another reason Regidrago is just such a powerful deck because a lot. You've got two big decks out there right now, weak to grass, Charizard and Roaring Moon, and Ogerpons are. It is definitely one of the best cards in this meta, in my opinion.
So he does take out the Ogerpon. And just does it with his stadium attack. What's the? I can't remember what that stadium attack is.
It's called Calamity Storm.
Calamity Storm.
Yep.
So he
does 100 base damage or 120 if he discards a stadium.
Which I would describe as pretty worthwhile. You stop the draw power from the Regidrago deck, and you knock out one of the bigger threats on the board. All right.
He has a Regidrago ready to go. You know what? That dragon at the bottom.
There goes the research.
Okay, that dragon at the bottom might be the Executor.
Yeah, honestly, I think
it looks like it might have a little bit of a gold tint.
Okay, we're just playing a guessing game here. We have no clue what he's got in that.
We're gonna flip the script. I will say though, especially because he has not used his V-Star ability yet,
maybe
that is one thing with Regidrago is it's not unusual to see them deck themselves out.
I think you.
Because that deck be looking thin, and I don't. Okay, there is the Dragapult in the deck. He's pulling out the Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, he's definitely at the point in the game. Will is going to have to start making some serious moves. We've already got prizes taken on Adewale's side. He's got to attack in turn this turn, or otherwise he's going to start critically falling behind.
I could definitely see why he would be afraid to start bringing up that Regidrago. I mean, he's got one powered up.
Thinning up the hand.
Roaring Moon. He has another one that's almost ready to go on the bench. He is going to use that Executor, and so he's going to take out the one on the bench.
Neither are bad options to take out. It's just you leave that. And honestly, this is kind of a great situation for Will. Will's gonna get this Regidrago V-Star knocked out next turn. That's gonna happen. What isn't gonna work out very well for Adewale is he's setting up the Dragapult turn.
The poking. Oh, he's going after the Fez. Interesting.
And does he have the stadium?
See, he's getting another Roaring Moon put down.
I'm very curious if he's got a stadium. Because if he's got the stadium, then, well, that whole Dragapult plan kind of slips through the cracks.
Yeah, he's going to use his Fez.
Flipping the script. 2, 3.
I do believe he just drew a Pokestop.
Yeah, I think he did. It's exactly what you want to see if you're out of Wally right now. You want to see a stadium. You want to knock out this Pheasantipity, and yeah, you want to go down to 2 prize cards. And there's the Iron Bundle. This is kind of, it's like, I love these big swings. The drama is falling so hard in Adewale's favor here. He's creating as much of a checkmate as he possibly can, making sure that there are every potential opportunity to win next turn and get those last 2 prize cards.
I just noticed Mark does have the Curum in the discard.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Will does have the Curum in the discard. That's not going to be... He would be able to take out the bundle and the baby Pecharunt.
Yeah, and if this Roaring Moon would just knock it, put its use its cheat code or whatever. I forget what the name of that attack is.
Frenzied Gouging.
Frenzied Gouging.
Yeah. He does have the stadium. He's going to use it real quick. Oh,
yeah,
okay, 1 hit.
And honestly,
losing that Sawda is a little sad.
The energy in the discard is also great. So the 50 kind of hack.
He's trying to see how many cards. I think both players, their decks are running pretty low.
All right.
Okay, yep. He's going to Calamity Storm.
Dang.
This, I will say, I thought Will might have had it earlier. Now that he's got still 2 Frenzied Gougings. Roaring Moon EXs completely powered up. I'm a little bit more worried for Will.
Yep. This is the absolute. It's not a disaster, but it's pretty close.
But he had a slow Regidrago startup. I mean, game slow. 2 could work completely differently.
Yeah, and it's interesting to watch this Roaring Moon deck work because
we're gonna V-Star, get rid of the top 7 cards of those decks. He's gonna get to keep 2 out of his discard.
Let's see here. And he's going for energy, it looks like. He's got a Super Rod.
I'm still very curious if he's managed to get the Dragapult in there yet, because that might... Oh, that's weird. He's putting the Curum back into the deck.
Interesting.
I mean, it's not a lot of use of now, and he's probably just trying to get whatever he can back in there to fill it in.
Make sure.
Oh, he's going to bring it up. Has Adewale played a Colress? No, he doesn't have any kind of Colress in his deck. So that's...
I think he's just trying to put a single prize down.
Prize up there to stall.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I don't know if I like this. I don't know. No, there goes the Radiant Charizard.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of... maybe this is a bit too big brain for me, but I'm kind of at a loss of what's going on here.
Yeah, the Curum is the only thing that has me a little confused. It's if your opponent has played a Colress card and has one on their discard, it's great because then you can do that 1/10 to 3 Pokemon for 1 energy.
Yep. But I'm just not sure how I see how that Curum does anything. Okay. We're backing out of Wally's side. He's moved the Roaring Moon EX up to the active. And if Adewale gets a boss, if that Pokecatcher.
was it? Nope, it did not work.
Tails.
So if he has a boss now, then this is over. But I'm assuming if he played the Pokecatcher, he does not have a
Nest
boss in
Ball?
hand.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Interesting.
However, Mark, depending on what he has in his hand, he now also has to get that Charizard out of the active.
I mean, that's. I mean, no matter. I mean, yeah, that's true. But he's going to knock this Radzard out. I would assume. I would assume that's what his goals are.
I don't know. In this situation, I don't know if I would do that because it's a guaranteed game loss because he's going to come up,
right.
use the Executor.
Right.
Whereas the Charizard can't attack next turn, and it's, I believe, a 3 energy retreat cost.
You're exactly
so
right.
Unless he has a switch or a Turo in his hand. Oh,
that's Prime Catcher. That's the pink card.
Yep, so that is Adewale takes game 1.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch Adewale's deck. It like we were saying before, it looks like it's not doing anything. It looks like it's.
I would agree with that. I love Roaring Moon EX. I played one for a while. Mine was quite a bit different than this one. Mine relied on the Petron EX bringing up the Roaring Moon, and then I could put a Mochi on it. It is a little risky because if you have to use that Frenzy Gouging, then you're bringing yourself down to 30 HP and you're poisoned. But it was a deck I really enjoyed. I had a little bit of success with it at locals.
Okay. I mean, I think a lot of people really love, playing the Roaring Moon mechanics. It is aggressive. It's a hitter. It doesn't come. It's not dead weight in the meta. When it has a path, it absolutely can take knockout after knockout after knockout, and it's just interesting to watch this particular list because I'm unfamiliar with it. And the way that Adewale is very conservative in the early game in setting up is just exciting because you don't quite he leads the Reggie Drake, he leads Will into thinking that maybe he doesn't have anything going on, but he does. He's got everything.
I don't know Adewale personally. I've seen him play at several different tournaments. Just watching his, on my breaks from playing and more as a spectator. You can tell that he's always really trying to think of like that sequencing and like the best scenario for each move.
This is definitely big brain play right here. Because you'd think Roaring Moon EX is deceptively simple. It looks like it's just a beat stick deck, but it is not.
It is not.
Especially when you have these other very nimble decks just dancing around you. You've got to find a pathway through. I think one of the things that works in its favor is Reggie Drago V-Star, and the entire deck of Reggie Drago V-Star is just really not a single prize deck. The best way to go at a Roaring Moon is to be a single prize deck. To like force them into like overextending their self damage, and that's just not Reggie Drago V-Star. And obviously Adewale also knows what Will wants to do.
This is a hill. I've had this, this debate with quite a few different professors and players, and this is a hill I'm willing to die on. I still think in the meta that we're in, the single prize decks can dominate. Like Conkeldurr, I think Conkeldurr has so much potential.
I knew it was coming. I knew Conkeldurr was going to be mentioned on this broadcast.
Yeah. It's just sad. It's a Pokemon I don't really care for, but I think it is an amazing deck.
Honestly, I'm here for it. I'm always here for it. I'm always here for the bizarre...
Conkeldurrs, the Cloths.
The game designers are gleefully... They love the fact that there's something random. They have 1,000 Pokemon to choose from. Here's a random one. We're going to give it something that just like shocks the meta if somebody's daring enough to play it.
So it looks like Will chose to go second.
All right. Huge Squawk and Seas there.
I've always thought Reggie Drago should be a go first deck.
Anytime you're playing V, you go first. I know that's not like a hard and fast rule, but when you're fundamentally a stage 1 deck, you really need to be going first.
Did Adewale just Squawk and Seize his Prime Catcher?
He Squawk and Seized a lot. Squawk and Seized isn't... He's just trying to get set up. And the truth is he did what he had to do. I think he'd probably rather have that baby Petron out.
Mhm.
But as long as you've got one moon with an energy, you've got a little bit more than a prayer with this deck, as we've seen game after game at this point. Even though this board state does look like he is Roaring Moon, single energy attach, and a prayer. And a bunch of really valuable cards in your discard.
I think we're also about to see Mark Squawk and Seas. He's going to go and attach to that Fez so he can get it out of the active later.
Okay, they just got rid of the Dragapult and the Kiram.
All right, this is looking like a lot better setup, and honestly, you can kind of see it on his face. He looks a lot more excited for the start of this game.
Here comes the Clef. That's the kind of card you want to have in the active after turn one. Let's maybe hold back on the Radiant Zard.
Yeah, that was, like I said, that first match, that was my comment. I was like, I feel like that's a little early.
Let's maybe put some Ogre Pawns out first. And we got a pass. Did he get a pass? He went like this. No pass.
I think he's still thinking.
He has set up the Fez and Deputy to retreat.
I think that's a Mew in his hand, and he's trying to decide if he wants to put it down. I don't know, maybe. Oh, he ultra balled away the Mew and the Radzard to get the Ogre Pawn.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Putting the Radzard into your discard as every Pokemon player that's played any kind of Sablezard or anything. The best place to keep Radiant Charizard is in your discard. You know where it is. You know how to get it back.
All right, there goes that Cleffa, and then we are going to draw that hand up to 7. I love that there's a baby Pokemon in the meta right now that's getting its time to shine.
I just wish they would bring back Fairy. Fairy type was, they merged Fairy type with Psychic. I'm not gonna no criticism. I think it actually is simpler for the gameplay. But Fairy type was kind of a big deal.
Yeah. It's funny. I was going through my bulk the other day, and I actually found like 2 Fairy energies that were just like stuck in the back, and I was like, "Are these worth anything?"
Just for
just the nostalgia,
just the nostalgia, just the diehard nostalgias. All right. So Adewale has put out the Latias EX. He's also put out the Iron Bundle. So we're definitely going to be seeing some board control here.
All right, we got that Roaring Moon set up, ready to go.
Yeah.
He gets that free retreat with the Latias.
Yeah, Iron Bundle's a great opportunity.
Yeah, Mark is definitely going to sacrifice that Squawkabilly.
Oof.
It's sad to lose a 2-prizer, but everything else was just too important.
It's true. And you run the risk whenever you are loading your bench up with support Pokemon. They're at risk at any given moment. All right, and we are judging from Adewale's side. So we got a little bit of disruption coming in.
I feel like Judge is a very understated supporter.
Oh, that's great. All right. Night Stretcher and Nest Ball off the Pokestop. Lost a Pokestop? That's okay.
It was an alright one. Like if you exhaust all those Pokestops too early, that's really hard with this deck because then you're forced to Frenzied Gouging or just only attack for 100.
All right, he's gearing up for that Calamity Storm, getting rid of that Pokestop. And Adewale is now at 3 prizes left?
I believe so, yeah.
I mean, are we going to watch 3 Roaring Moon matches?
We might.
Back to back?
Yeah, after this is the finals, so.
Yikes. Alrighty. Alright, we're gonna research away our hand. 7 new cards. And the Regidrago V-Star down. Ay. I gotta say, if you're Will here, you're starting to feel this moment. This is not a lot of simple choices coming up, especially when you start your turn with a research.
I mean, it's he still doesn't have any fire on that Regidrago. He's only got one
Flip the
grass.
script, there's the fire.
Yeah.
Both the fires.
All right, that's. He
still
still needs one more. He still needs one more grass. He's still going to need 2 energy switches.
Oh my gosh.
I do not believe
All
he's
the grass-
V-starred yet. So
Wait, how many grass? Yeah, he's got 7 grass.
So-
Never mind. I was about to say, is it all the grass in the districts? I know he squawked away those grasses right away. Ay, 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 ay. Sorry, I'm like grandma commenting. All right, doing a quick search here of those discard. What has he got? Are we gonna? And he did the V star. Is that what just happened? Yeah, he flipped his V star.
I think so. So, I mean, he's got at least 1 energy switch in there. But he's still going to have to. Oh, I see. I think I know what he's going to grab that energy switch and that superior energy retrieval, get this grass back in his hand. I don't know if he has another energy switch in his hand.
I don't either. We'll find out.
Oh, he's going to grab a super rod and a superior energy retrieval.
What are? Yeah, because you just power up the Ogre Pond. Power up, swing with the Ogre Pond. I think that is definitely the move here. Is the farthest along. I just want to pull up the Roaring Moon deck again, just because it is just throwing me. I thought we were going to be doing Goldengo the whole night.
There goes the superior energy retrieval. He's going to grab all those grass energies. He's going to get 4 of those. That Cleffa has free retreat, so that's really nice. Our first teal dance. Second teal dance.
And yeah, he's going for that Ogre Pond. I think it's time to take advantage of this weakness and take out this Roaring Moon.
Wally does not have another Roaring Moon
yet. I hate to say it, but Wally's deck.
He's exhausted a lot of resources though, so it's gonna.
The deck is designed to power up in 1 turn. That's always been the kind of the goal of Roaring Moon is turn 1 go second, turn 1 attack.
Sorry, I just have like my eyes like glued on this screen, just like out of anticipation. There goes the Roaring Moon. Mark gets his first 2 prize cards.
Ladia's EX moves up to the active.
Did he only take 1 prize card?
No, he took 2 prizes.
Okay, now that 1 card with the glare on it looks like 2.
Exactly. He's got another Roaring Moon on the bench, and now the race is on.
He's got it.
Get that thing powered up.
Quite a large hand.
If he can power this up,
There's the Fez.
If he can power this up, well, I don't know. Honestly, these next few draws are going to be everything for this game, because like you said, there are a lot of major key items in the resource in the discard pile for Adewale at this point. All right, flipping the script here for 3 cards.
Looking through that discard, seeing what he's got in there.
If you're Will, what are you hoping on this turn? What is?
I think he's just hoping he does not get that Roaring Moon set up. Either one of them.
And here comes the Sada, which is doing exactly that. Man,
Do we recall how many
3.
dark patches Adewale has used?
He's used 2 that I know of. And I'm not sure if he discarded any on that early squawk, because that early squawk was just a lot of.
Yeah, losing that prime catcher on first turn, and that's when I played Roaring Moon. That's always how it went.
Okay.
I either had to squawk or choose to not squawk and not set up, or give up the
Earthen Vessel, discarding the Baby Moon for 2 more Darkness Energies. And let's see, is there another? There's a dark patch in there, so there is definitely another dark patch in the deck. I don't know what the chances are of him getting it into his hand. And yeah, if you're Will,
I think right now is just a hope and pray.
Yeah,
there's a Greninja, so we're gonna conceal cards.
1, 2. Did he get that dark patch? I don't think so. I think that dark patch would have come down right away.
Trekking shoes. There it is. I think that was it. I think that was it.
Oh my god. Oh
There.
my god.
There.
Here comes the attachment. There's another shoes. There
Yep,
comes the
there
dark
it
patch.
is.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Wowzers. This is everything's coming up roses for very very gothic roses for Adewale, and everything is looking pretty dismal for Will right now. The smile has long since left his face. Ay, ay, ay. And now it's just up to Adewale to put himself in a situation where, like he was last game, kind of creating a checkmate. Creating a situation where he just can't lose next turn. And part of that is getting a stadium in play.
I know he's gone through at least 2 of them.
Yeah, and he does have where's his stops?
He's got 4.
He's got
there's-
4 stops.
Yeah, there's no way he doesn't play 4.
But does he have any of those stops in his hand? I mean, nope. We're just gonna go for the frenzied gouging.
Yep.
Sorry, I had my hands on my jaws and I just was frenzied gouging.
So honestly, if I was Will, I think the only thing I would try and do on this one is if there's a way to bring up the other one that has 2 energy on it and no damage. Take it out and just have a hope and a prayer.
Honestly,
Yeah,
you want a
but he
prime
also-
catcher. You want a prime catcher. You want to
Yeah.
get Reggie Drago out, and you want a prime catcher, and you want a Dragapult. That is a win con. You know? You want to get that other... Well, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. Because what best thing... He's still got 5 prizes. So best thing he can hope for, unfortunately... Wait, no. How does he have 5 prizes?
No, it's 4. It's the
It's
glare
4.
on. It's the glare on the one card. I made that same mistake.
So what he wants is he wants to prime catch something like the Squawk, the Squawkabilly, put that Roaring Moon to the bench, and then hopefully somehow attack with that Reggie Drago V-Star. But does he even have the resources left?
He's
The
got the
energy
grass. He can
switches?
teal dance. There you go. He's going to teal dance. So I said he needs a fire to attach return, and he needs
He's
2
got an
energy
switch
switches.
in hand. There's another
Another
teal dance.
Oh, that's an
He's
earthen
got a
vessel.
fire in hand. He's got the
Okay.
fire in hand.
So he's going to need 2 energy switches.
Oh my gosh, it's coming together. I think he sees it. I mean, he's cooking real fast here. Partly also because he's got to make some time now for game 3. Now that he sees the path, it's time.
Okay.
There's a switch.
There's one switch. Does he have a second?
He's
He's researching.
That's okay. That's okay.
There's the prime catcher.
There's the prime catcher.
There's the second
switch.
energy switch. Perfect. That prime catcher was an amazing pull. He's going to do exactly what you said. He's going to bring up that Squawk. Yeah, Ottawa. Yeah, we're going to go to game 3. How much time do we even have left on the clock?
All right. So they have 12 minutes for a game 3. This is definitely going to go to time, given the play pace of these guys.
So, as Josh just explained, we have to have a winner. So the problem the
my
problem
gosh.
is that Ottawale can auto kill a little bit easier, and so if it does go to time,
Yeah.
then as soon as he frenzy gouged something, that will probably be the end of it.
You love to see it when it goes to game 3, but you don't love to see game 3 go to time like this, especially in Top Cup. But that's just how League Cup works. So going in, you have 10 minutes to make this happen. You're the Reggie's Drago V-Star guy. What does Will got to do?
Try and get it set up as quickly as possible and get that Dragapult in the discard.
Do you think he goes for the Discord, or he just goes straight for the Teal Mask Orcapon?
I think it's just going to depend on how both players set up. He's got a mulligan. That's never good. Well, I mean, it's great for Ottawale.
Yeah, it's
not
great.
good for Will.
I mean, Ottawale has been on such a run here. I wish I knew Ottawale's record, because it just feels like these games are just chugging along with ease for him. Even when he's losing, like he doesn't lose until the other player just finds the board wipe turn.
Yeah.
Adewale had the game in his hands. It was his to lose that entire game too. And I hate to say it, but I feel like that might be happening here. And both times, both game 1 and game 2, Adewale was way behind at the beginning. It looked like there was not a lot of pathways forward.
I mean, that happened. It was the same in the last round as well. Like we thought the Charizard was going to take it, and Adewale just came out of nowhere and completely changed the game state.
I mean, that's okay. 1, Adewale has a great deck. 2, Adewale is a great player.
Yeah.
And so he knows how to turn that game. Lure Will into doing something that Will thinks is the best choice, the best move forward.
I don't think I'm allowed to say the name of that game on a Pokemon stream, but there's another famous card game with an episode where one of the protagonists says there's a difference between playing the card and using the card.
Oh wow!
So
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, so he has Will has Earthen Vesseled his Alolan Executor away. He's starting off with a Regidrago V-Star in the active. I don't really like this. I really don't like this. But it's time to go. It's time to go, and he's gotta cook as fast as he
it's
can.
not looking like a great hand for him, for Adewale, from the little bit I could see.
Yeah, and he's starting with Fez. It's kind of they're kind of both like, wait a minute. You know, this is going to be a whole new pathway to find. You're going to have to lean heavily into your skill with the deck to be able to find your pathway forward.
I do agree with Will's
just an attach, pass. Attach, pass, and pray. Will's got his hands on his forehead.
We're going to nest ball. I guarantee you he's going to grab that Roaring Moon.
Absolutely going to grab that Roaring Moon.
Mark has that look on his face of just a hope and a prayer.
Will.
I'm sorry, Will. I don't know where I'm getting Mark from.
It's okay.
I do not know where I'm getting that name from. Did we have a Mark? I think we had a Mark earlier. I don't know.
I had a friend in elementary school. His name was Mark, and I think I'm just psychically foul-balling you.
You know, I am a teacher. Me and names do not go together. It takes me like a month to learn all of my students' names. I tell them that on the first day of school, though. I'm like, I'm not going to know your name for the first couple of weeks. Please don't take it personally.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
But yeah, no, Will definitely has that look on his face of, just a hope and a prayer.
Okay, Adewale, Ultra Balling away 2 energies. This is the exact start you want to start. Oh, my Lord.
I don't think we're going to have to worry about time, but I could be completely wrong.
I think he's got a couple other things in his deck. He's got the trekking shoes. I would use the trekking shoes before you squawk.
Yep.
Just see what else you can find, because you never know. There might be something else you can set up. And yeah, let's see. Are we going to do the shoes or are we going to do the squawk? Here comes Earthen Vessel.
Yep.
Getting rid of a
Go ahead and get that 1 energy attached for turn.
Right.
And then go ahead and discard the other.
Thin out that deck as much as possible, because this is how this deck works. It draws. It doesn't search, it draws. And, I mean, as we've seen, it draws a lot. I mean, I can't believe both of these decks were running the risk of decking out just in game 1. Here comes the Pokestop. Gonna get that Sada. He's gonna get that Sada. Did he get the Sada?
Yeah, he got the Sada.
This guy.
So draw an additional 3 cards to get what he needs, and then he can still squawk.
Yikes! I mean, I hate to say it, but the writing's on the wall here for this Regidrago. This might be a clean like knockout.
Yeah. I think as soon as Will played it, he knew that there was a great chance of this happening.
There's the shoes.
Another shoes.
Is it? And a stop. He gets rid of it.
He got another energy.
I mean, something of me kind of wishes he would have taken that stop, but he attaches on the Pheasantipity for turn.
So he's definitely trying to get his
Puts out a
hands.
Pokestop.
He's definitely trying to get his hand on 2 dark patches.
Here comes the Iron Bundle.
That's
There's
useless
the
right
squawk.
now.
The squawk, the stop, the squawk. Sorry. I didn't see anything that he just pulled.
Yeah. We're all gonna just be surprised at the same time.
There's a nest ball. What do you think he's looking for? Probably just another Roaring Moon, just in case. Nope, there's the Greninja.
I don't know if now it may be prized. He may have already done a deck search and it's gone. Instead of attaching to the Fez, I think I would have attached to the Roaring Moon and tried to get the Pecharunt EX out, because then he could just get that.
Oh yeah,
Get that Roaring Moon up to the active for free, and then he's not
Wait,
going to have to.
doesn't Pecharunt do damage on the active?
That's
if
the
you
baby.
Okay.
The EX, its ability subjugating chains lets you move a dark Pokemon to the active.
Gotcha.
From your bench, but you have to. It will be poisoned, which isn't a big deal here. And then its attack is 60 damage for each prize card your opponent has taken.
Yeah, because you're just Calamity Storming.
I think it's a great card.
Yeah, here we go with the
There we
stop.
go.
Do we see a dark patch?
No, just an Ultra Ball off of that.
And a kind of depressing drop of Asada. All right, here comes the Greninja.
I think there's
one.
one.
There's two.
That's it.
That's game. GG's.
Oh.
Wow. Adewale goes to the finals here at the League Cup.
He's going to be on stream 3 times in a row. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Just park it, bro.
But you know what?
Park it, bro.
But you know what? Each time he's played this deck so differently each time. So
I mean, the Roaring Moon has roared back. What just happened? They're laughing out there, so I'm curious what's going on.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Yeah.
These players clean up and we get the final matched, and then you and Parker will be back for that final.
All right. Thank you so much, Matt. It was awesome casting with you. Okay, and we're back for the finals. Here, I'm Daniel Lobbs, commenting with.
Parker May, and finals of the Common Ground Games Cup. We have Charizard versus Roaring Moon for our finals.
Adewale's back.
Yep, just keeping up that momentum from the last two of his games all the way to the finals. I got to watch the Charizard versus Lost Zone just now. It was an intense game 3. The Charizard player, after Pikachu EX, took care of a Pidgeot EX. The Lost Zone player was down to 1 prize, and the Charizard realized that he could not, after Arvening for a rare candy for the Dusknoir, that he couldn't actually use it. So just had to put damage counters on the Pikachu and pass.
Wait, why couldn't he use it?
Because the Charizard player was at, or not Charizard, because the Lost Box player was at 1 prize left.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, sorry. It's been a long.
Yeah.
Last match was a little long.
Yeah, and so we were all shocked when he realized. He goes, "Oh wait, I can't do this." Had a Minion on bench, had some other stuff down, and gave it back to the Lost Zone player. Lost Zone player had a Palpad, put Boss's Order Roxanne back into the deck. But after 2 flower selectings, the second flower selecting had Boss's Order and the final Super Rod.
Oh, wow.
And he couldn't put the energy back on the Pikachu to finish the game.
Wow.
Yeah, real rough breaks for the Lost Zone player. So Charizard, our other finalist here, gets a nice setup. Double Pidgey, double Charmander, it looks like.
That's great. That's great. Adewale, and then he passes back to Adewale. Adewale's got Radiant Greninja out. He's got the Squawk ability in the active. And, yep, just like last game, he's going to go ahead and bench that Roaring Moon EX and start the process of loading it up with energy. He's kind of in a great situation because he gets to go second. So there's a possibility that he Squawk and Seizes and finds his way into a fully loaded Roaring Moon EX on this turn. It's kind of the way he's been playing it.
Yeah, not the best to take a single prize with it, but beggars can't be choosers. You'll take any KOs you can get usually.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about like hurting yourself. You can just Calamity Storm when you've got all these little babies out, and just kind of keep pushing through. I think in this case, we had that other situation where the Charizard was trying to push through the Lost Zone.
Yeah.
This is the total reverse of that. Now the Charizard kind of is a little favored because of that late game pickup. Mm-hmm. But Roaring Moon's going to have to just start moving forward.
Something that's really interesting in this Charizard list is, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it has a Team Yell's Cheer in the list, which we haven't seen in a while in Charizard.
Let's talk about Team Yell's Cheer.
Team Yell's Cheer, mostly you might remember from one of Tord's lists way back when, gets 3 supporter and or Pokemon, shuffle it into the deck. So a way to rebuy some of those lost supporters like the Boss's Orders and stuff to maybe get a game. Having access to more Boss's Orders will certainly make this matchup more interesting for the Charizard side.
I definitely think so. It's wild. It's wild. It's like we look at some of these cards like Team Yell's Cheer that go all the way back to Brilliant Stars. Wasn't really used in the Brilliant Stars format. There wasn't a lot of decks that were taking advantage of it, but slowly, through Stall and towards innovations with Charizard, it's come back into the meta, and it's exciting to see it here.
Yeah, a lot of players kept towards technology of the Thornton and the Scenario, but Team Yell's Cheer usually only reserved for the slow stall metas, like if Snorlax is very popular. I was talking to some players during that last round, and I think there was a Charizard Snorlax finals in a different cup in town today. Yeah. So there's definitely, I didn't see that much Snorlax in the room today, but definitely always a possibility at these cups.
Adewale taking the first knockout with the Baby Moon, on that Charmander. It's definitely not the choice I was thinking he was going to take, but it's a great one. I think that's a very, very strong move. Get the Baby Moon out. You're not risking putting the Roaring Moon out too early.
Yeah, the EX can certainly be a liability if it's in the active that early. Yeah, so I did get the list here. There's the team Yelcher. We are playing Unfair Stamp as the Ace Spec in the Charizard list. Other than that, it looks pretty par for the course.
Yeah. I'm going to be curious to see how and if Briar, Thornton, and Turo scenario come into play here for the Charizard player, because these are all designed to just prolong the game that Roaring Moon does not want to prolong.
Right.
Roaring Moon in this matchup wants to go fast. It wants to punish Charizard before Charizard can set up.
Yeah, and it looks like we are setting up. There's the Pidgeot.
Oh, yeah.
Getting the Unfair Stamp down early. Got to deny Roaring Moon that card draw. Roaring Moon certainly it's hinging on two things. The supporter to draw 3, the Sada's Vitality, as well as benching a Pekkarunt and the Radiant Greninja. That's its draw power. So if it does not have access to one or more of those pieces, it can find itself, playing very small hand sizes.
It's actually really exciting because watching Adewale play against Reggie Drago was a completely different style of play. He took it very slow. It's almost as if you thought he had nothing going on, and then all of a sudden his bench exploded and he took over the game. And once he had kind of the momentum in his favor, it never really turned around. In this situation, he's the one putting on the aggression, and he's the one trying to force the Charizard deck into a situation where it can't quite get set up.
Yeah, a really experienced player. Knowing your role in any matchup is really important. Are you the aggressor, or are you not, or is your opponent the aggressor? You have to know who is playing that role in a game.
And Adewale's didn't really use the Petchurunts in the last round. And here we are already. We're seeing them. He's using them aggressively. He's bringing out these techs to make sure that he can control the board state.
Yep. And here's the Charizard for Jorge. Interested to see if we're going to set up something else on the bench here. Again, I think Duskull is really important in this matchup. So
yeah.
We'll see if he puts it down.
He's doing a little bit of a deck search while he's getting these energies, and I think that's a pretty good time to do it, because the next couple moves are the next couple choices he makes are pretty much going to decide how this game shakes out.
So we are putting a fire energy onto the Pidgeot. You don't always see this, but in this matchup it may be important, because denying your opponent the Pokestop means that they can't use that other attack on Roaring Moon EX for 220,
Gotcha.
I believe, at a certain point in the game.
We get camera.
It looks like we're having a camera issue. 1 second.
And so that attack that Pidgeot EX does, it wipes the board of your stadiums when it attacks.
Yeah. Really interestingly enough, I learned a while back that the Pidgeot attack actually gets through the neutralization zone. Because even though you can't deal the damage, you can still bump the stadium with its attack, because it's an effective attack, right?
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, likely also the other reason to put energy on the Pidgeot here is if a Roaring Moon EX ever uses its Frenzied Gouging, it'll be at 30 HP, which means a Pidgeot attack could do the last bit of damage to knock it out.
And I'm just trying to double check what just happened here. I think we saw Jorge boss up the Roaring Moon, or how did he get the Roaring Moon into the active?
It was most likely a counter catcher or a boss.
Okay, and then he knocked out that Roaring Moon EX, taking 2 prizes, and we have the Baby Moon back in the active.
Right. Yeah, the one prizer Roaring Moon, very key to take out some knockouts and swing the prize trade into a strange number
Yep.
as a single prizer. I'm always worried though when I play this deck that they're just going to pick off all my support Pokemon, my Fezzes, my Squawks, my Pekkarunt EXs.
Are there any? I mean, I'm curious. Are there any cards that you think are underutilized in this format or are being overlooked in this format?
In this format? Probably ace specs in general. I think that Prime Catcher being such a good ace spec means that people are, really quick to dismiss other ace specs.
Okay, and that's going to be game one, and it went to Jorge.
Did it go to Jorge?
Yep.
We confirm that? Okay,
Yes.
so Charizard wins game one. Now moving on to game two. I imagine then we're going to see Roaring Moon go second. And since we were incorrect in our top 8 match, and since Charizard won that game one in that match, that's why because Roaring Moon won, that's why he went first in that game too, which makes more sense. You most likely pick second as Roaring Moon.
I think that's a really good choice for Adewale to scoop because, you're looking at your hand. You just lost your Roaring Moon EX. You don't have another Roaring Moon EX. You have no way to get one on the bench. Yeah, that's a really good time to scoop.
I think so. In these, even though there has to be a clear winner of this game, and you don't really want to be going into a overtime scenario, I just think it's much better to scoop it up and try to get the momentum for game 2 and 3.
This is exactly the kind of start Adewale wants. He's already got a Roaring Moon out.
Not exactly the place you want to see it, though. You usually want it on the bench for those dark patches, right?
But he's up against somebody who's got to do a lot of setup work.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, you do want it on the bench. You want to use the dark patches, but it's time. He's got time.
Yeah.
He also has the Latias, which is going to push it back.
Yeah, Latias is so good in this deck. I think it might be better in this deck than it is in Miraidon.
I think you're right. Honestly, and considering the lack of Miraidon in our top cut, I think you're very right.
Well, I mean, there is Iron Hands, obviously, something you want to give free retreat to, but like getting these Roaring Moons back and forth, very important, I think. So we're nest balling for Charmander, and then we might be going back in for an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball discarding a Dusk Noir, and not sure what that other card was, if it was the Super Rod or not.
And he's going for the Luminion V. Going in for a supporter.
Yeah, if he went first, which I believe he did, he can't play that supporter first turn, but is setting up for Seal Stone, which makes sense. So he already had the tool, getting the Buddy Poffin, making his bench a little bit wider so that we don't randomly lose one of our 2 pieces.
Yep. And it worked out pretty well for him last time, I would say.
Yeah. No Rotom most likely means that it's prized here.
Yeah, I would guess. Because when you go in for that the Ultra Ball like that, you're looking for the Rotom. If you're Charizard to play, the first thing you're looking for is Rotom. Second thing you're looking for, okay, I guess we can do Luminia.
There have been some Charizards in the past that even play 2 Rotom just because it was so important for their setup. But
yeah, same thing with Dragapult DX. Like they're pretty similar deck builds for the most part. And yeah, double Rotom is great. It's greedy, but it's like very, very safe.
Mm-hmm. Here comes the Pokestop. Oh no!
Oh no!
The Fez and the Latias.
But he's got his Squawk down. He's got an Ultra Ball. He's got a Petrarunt. The baby Petrarunt is down. I mean, things are starting to come together. I don't want to count it out yet because every single game I've watched with Adewale, the first thing I say is, this looks like a terrible start, and then it's not.
Yep, access to 2 Night Stretchers in the deck, so we could pick up one of those cards later.
There goes a boss and a catcher. Interesting.
Yeah, knowing what to discard at pivotal points in the game, super important in Pokemon, I find.
Wild.
It's even harder when you play certain decks that need access to like most of the deck, and you have to be really careful about what you pitch, or Lost Zone away in the case of Lost Zone box.
So while he's continuing to set up, I guess another, one of the cards that I think is criminally underused. It's a stadium card, and it's Lost City.
Ah, Lost City, yeah.
Lost City it can absolutely destroy so many decks. Less so for the decks that have multi-stages,
Right.
But when it's basics like this format has a lot of basics and a lot of singles.
Yeah, the deck that I think utilizes Lost City the best right now, likely Pidgeot Control. It usually runs it as a one of. It gets rid of troublesome Pokemon that you would otherwise not be able to deal with. I also like it in like Quad Thorns as like a 2 or 3 of. Yeah.
I think another thing that people always forgot was that Lost City was actually the perfect way to beat Lost Box.
Right.
Forcing Lost Box to throw away stuff is huge because a lot of times they just have 1 or 2 copies of this or that.
Yeah, a lot of lists have shaved down its numbers. You know, single cram, single copy of Sableye.
And I'm looking at Adewale's list. Everything except Roaring Moon EX is a single.
Yeah, I mean, some cards play double duty. So like Latias and Pekarun EX, they're both retreat Pokemon,
And
right?
You play them in tandem, and they can really move stuff around for you. Yeah, I get it. I mean, he also has Iron Bundle in here. There's so much board state manipulation on Adewale's side. It's a really interesting list.
Now, did you get to see the single prize Koraidon last match?
No, and I forgot that's in here. I'm looking at that word right now. Koraidon.
Yep.
The other Don. The less talked about Don.
Yeah, an interesting card. We've seen it crop up in a few lists here and there, including Ancient Box. It's a nice way to do some extra bit of damage. You know, I think it's 190 after the other ancient Pokemon attacked on your previous turn.
And what is it? What do you use to? What's its energy requirements?
It's double colorless, so you know.
Okay, that's great.
Pretty easy. Just Sada a dark energy onto it and then attach for turn.
Wow.
Yeah. Again, Sada pulls the most important card in the deck by far, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're back over here on Jorge's side. Getting Charizard into action here, powering up the Radzard, powering up his Charizard. This is what you get. This is putting on the Jets and saying, let's go. Although I would say the more jet-like Pokemon of the two, as we can see up on the upper right, is that Roaring Moon.
It's very horizontal, for sure.
It's very like Stealth Bomber, here I come.
Here's a knockout. No, it's not a knockout. Oh, because we haven't taken enough prizes yet.
Now, Charizard's a bit more of like a flying Godzilla thing. And I like it. I like the front arms. I've always thought that was a lot of fun.
I'm a Blastoise guy myself, personally. A blue version guy.
Blastoise. I got to be honest with you. One of the things about the Blastoise design is how does it hold a basketball? So you're tossing a ball at Blastoise. Its arms kind of face out, like it can't catch. I mean, it catches with its mouth, maybe.
I assume most upright dinosaur-like Pokemon can't play ball.
Thank you for saying can't play ball.
But you know what can play ball? This Dark Energy deck. We're going to put those dark orbs straight into that Roaring Moon's hands, and it's going to dunk on this Charizard at some point.
There's a couple things that you don't want to see. Okay, let's rewind a little bit. That damage, while it didn't knock out the Roaring Moon, for the Charizard was excellent play. It basically takes out this Roaring Moon from being a major threat. It's not going to knock out Charizard EX next turn. That's just not going to happen.
You know, I've played some games where we actually, at 2 prizes each, you Roaring Moon to take the KO on the Charizard and also KO your Roaring Moon, and then you go to a game 4 or whatever, a game...
There's not going to be a game 4 today.
Yeah, no game 4 today? You don't think so?
No. I already called home and said I'm on my way.
Oh, that's good.
No, I'm looking at the game state right now, and honestly, Jorge's situation is looking good. You've got threats out, you've got setups ready to go. But then again, you're looking at Mr. Cool over here, just like calm, collected. Adewale is just going to keep going, do his thing, get the cards out, get the energies into play, and Yeah, he knows. He knows in any situation, it just takes one turn to turn the tide on him. To him. And
That Radzard is fearsome in this matchup. Single prizer 250, right?
it's exactly. It's so. It's. I mean, it's what in the last round in top 4, the Reggie Drago deck was always trying to find a way to get the Radzard into play, and it just kind of never materialized.
Oh, here's the Iron Bundle. Now we have a choice. What are we going to bring up to sacrifice?
Yeah, that's bad.
For me, it's this
Pidgey.
Pidgey, 100%. Yep.
It's Pidgey. It's Pidgey, and it's no problem.
Oh,
there's the prime catcher.
And there it is. It was a bait all along. We got it.
Wowzers. And yeah, I think we're gonna gouge. We're gonna frenzy gouge.
So it's hard to see with the prizes, but we're on what 6 prizes for Zard and 5 prizes for.
Yes, he's taken a single prize already.
So we take 2 here. We go to 3 on the Zard.
I'm gonna double check, but I think that is 6 prizes on Charizard. 1, 2, 3. Gotta love those beautiful, crispy, clean white sleeves that don't allow you to count the prizes.
Yeah, I
There it
mean they're great to white balance off of.
So we do see the frenzied gouging taking the knockout, and Adewale is down to 3 prize cards remaining, and Jorge has moved his Pidgeot EX up into the active.
Well, it's time to flip the script, see what we can find. Oh, we almost thought about a Radzard attachment, but we should at least consider our options first.
I'm gonna do a quick search.
Looks like Iono was the pick, which makes sense.
Lovely. He's got. Was it the rescue board?
There's not
The Defiance Band.
Yeah, Defiance Band is the tool in on the Radzard.
Defiance Band is one more.
No, it's
Or is it 30?
30 if you're behind in prizes.
Right. And he
It
is.
shouldn't be relevant here. I think it's literally on the Radzard just so it's not shuffled back into the deck.
Yeah.
I think it would have been more interesting to see it on the Pidgeot, but I don't think we're attacking with it this game.
I think he set that up last time, and honestly, it was a great move. Setting up that Pidgeot to be like on the precipice of an attack, just put one more unexpected threat, and really kind of threw off Adewale's game.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, and we are
So if I was Jorge, I would be thinking about not just this turn, but next turn.
So we're ultra balling here. Probably gonna try to get a Charizard going, right?
I think we have to get a Charizard going at some point because,
Charmeleon.
yeah, we likely don't have other rare candies right now, so we're probably going to evolve it the old-fashioned
Did he
way.
prize the other Charizard EX?
I'm not sure. It could be in his prizes. It could be in his yard.
Yeah.
But
Where's the art on the game board, Parker?
now, actually, real fast, what is the text of Flarevel for that Charmeleon? I want to know if that's relevant in this matchup or not. I can't remember. Oh, there's a rare candy.
Prevent all effects of attacks used by your opponent's Pokemon done to this Pokemon. Yeah, so that blocks the frenzied gouging.
Right, but of course you can just use the other attack if you're.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that probably won't come into effect here.
Agreed.
Although, an interesting case, I don't think you can use the Petrance Poison on the Charmeleon then, right?
Okay.
So, has like some very narrow applications here.
We're putting the Dusknoir back into the deck.
Yep. Oh, it looks like because we found the rare candy off of the Pokestop, that Charizard is coming back into play. We're going to set it up. The best scenario here is that we take a knockout and then potentially do a Briar play on our next turn.
Okay.
But it's going to be tricky because
Yeah, he's already got that Luminion sitting on his bench.
Yeah, the Luminion is a liability. We haven't been able to
Well, and he,
pick it up or do anything with it. No Thornton to get rid of it. No Collapse Stadium yet either.
and I'm not just looking at it as a liability. I'm actually just looking at it as that's how you get the Briar. Like, I mean, I guess he's got
Well,
Pidgeot quick search.
Yeah. We have Pidgeot already, and you'd have to pick it up, which means that you can't play the supporter with it on the same turn.
That's true.
And we've used our V-Star for the Force Heal Stone already. So it looks
Well,
like
that's for next turn. That's for next turn.
Yeah, we've taken out one of the Roaring Moons. We have one more, but again, it's just too risky to use the Roaring Moon and take the knockout, give your opponent 2 prizes, and just let them clean up with the Radsard.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see Adewale try to set up some kind of Calamity Storm here play, or some kind of a Calamity Storm attack, or the Calamity Storm attack. Sorry, not some kind. Because, you know, if we're going for a Frenzied Gouging here, that just opens up one more opportunity for an easier knockout from the Charizard. And he does not have a deep bench right now. He doesn't have a lot set up.
Now, we did find the Night Stretcher, so we do have access to
Spoke
either...
too soon.
We have access to a few things in our yard right now. The baby Roaring Moon, we have access to...
He just got a catcher as well.
Yeah, we have access to the Latias and the Peckermint, if we wanted. I don't think that's what we're going to do here. It looks like a Nest Ball whiff. Just getting the deck shuffled again, because we Iono'd last turn, right, as the Zard?
Yeah.
So now the deck's all shuffled up.
Here comes that. Night Stretcher. Is it bringing back a Roaring Moon? I think it is. No, it's bringing back the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, that went into the yard earlier with the Pokestop, so I'm going to draw 3, have more options. I think we got the other Night Stretcher just now.
Oh my gosh. I mean, for Jorge, whenever you see these Night Stretchers come out, it's like, I did all that work. And now it's all back.
Hey, the discard pile's the second hand.
As we have seen time and time again. And we're going to go for the catcher. And it's successful. Moving up the Dippity. The turkey, as Matt called it.
Gotta appreciate the turkey.
The swirly turkey with the chains. I think those are supposed to be like Shinto-like links. That's what I think the look of that is.
All right, here's the other Roaring Moon back. Here's the Sadas to draw some cards, accelerate some energy. Probably the best supporter in the game, if you're able to run it.
Sada?
Yeah, although Arvin is probably the best supporter in a vacuum.
You know, Melody, when it rotated out for water decks, you know, it was like, or Melanie.
Yeah.
It was very depressing, to be honest with you. But it was replaced with Sada one set later. And yeah, I mean, it's just, it's putting energy from the discard from a supporter, just one energy is good, but getting to do 2, that's essentially, you're one energy shy of like the Palkia V-Star energy.
Yep, and it looks like we're discarding the Pokestop to take the KO on the Fez. Going down to 2 prizes remaining.
There it is. Jorge looking at probably the closest thing to a checkmate on Adewale's side that he's had in this finals. I wouldn't rule it out yet.
All right.
Because if he can get that Roaring Moon on the EX from the bench knocked out this turn, then there's a way to survive.
Digging through the deck.
I think we're going to see a Thornton.
Are you not a Briar?
I think we're going to see a Thornton.
Or are we on
no,
4
he's got the
or
Thornton
3?
right there.
Oh, Thornton.
Thornton's coming up. Duskull's coming out, replacing the Luminion. Rare Candy into the Dusknoir. No, Dusclops. We just Dusclops.
Yeah, we Dusclops away the Roaring Moon EX. Then we have to push up the
Oh my gosh, does he have everything he needs?
Yeah. Key fact: the Force Shield Stone does have to stay on the disc hall. That is part of Thornton.
Very, very, very important aspect of Thornton. Must follow the Thornton rules. Thornton has many rules, and you've got to follow them all. But yeah, he's got it all right here. He just needs to make sure he's got a gust to follow up this Dusclops. Because what he doesn't want to see is Radio Greninja crop up into the active, or that baby Petron.
Yeah. Can't boss though, because we've already used Thornton, and we don't play Prime. So, Counter Catcher is our only option.
I told my friend the only thing I wanted to see this weekend was a Thornton play, and here we are in the finals. Game 2. Thornton might be the deciding card in this whole thing.
Another good supporter card.
That was underutilized. It's about to rotate, and it has been criminally underutilized.
All right, Unfair Stamp, getting a new hand.
Yikes. So, I wonder if you're stamping here because you don't think you're going to be able to pull it off, or you're stamping here because you want to make sure that you have the right items in your hand.
I think it's a little of both. I think he just... It's just real tricky here. He has to play real carefully.
All right. I think it's time.
Again, Jorge almost didn't get here because he thought that he, made a mistake in his top 4 match.
I think it's time to Curse Blast. It's time to pop the Clops. Whoa. Not what I thought was going to happen. He clopsed into the Roaring Moon on the bench.
This makes a little bit of sense because you need some damage on the other one so that it doesn't fringe and gouging to win the game.
Exactly. Because, yeah, in order to pop the Clops, you're putting Adewale down to 1 prize.
Yep.
He just has to stop Adewale from taking any prizes next turn. And I think he did exactly what he needed to do.
Yep. Of course, we still have access to some outs here.
Oh my gosh! Of course there is. So if you're Adewale, Parker, what do you want to do right now?
I want to hit heads on Pokemon Catcher.
Oh, not a coin flip. Throwing it down. Here comes flip the script. And what did we pull? I didn't see any of those cards. But I think he had a dark patch there. I'm not sure if that matters that much. Here comes the Earthen Vessel. And we got rid of the Petron EX for that.
He needs a... I think Boss is also an out. He only runs 1 copy, but I can't remember
He discarded
where it
that
is.
earlier. He does have a Pal Pad, but yeah, Boss is in the discard. Right at the very beginning, it was a catcher and a Boss went straight to the discard.
Yep. That makes sense. Looks like we have a Judge in hand and a Pokestop. All right,
comes the
time to
stop.
spin the wheel.
2, 3. Well, I mean,
That was not what you wanted to see there.
there's basically nothing there that you needed. I mean, he's used all his Night Stretchers. Honestly, and catchers, I think he's only got the 2.
He plays 4 Pokemon catchers. He's played 4 Pokemon catchers.
Oh no, he's talking about what he has and what he doesn't have at this point. This might be it. I think Adewale sees the writing on the wall.
Can't use the prime or not the prime. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is the first time. Honestly, other than Tommy Scoop, this is the first.
Here it goes. Here's a cool.
The catch.
I go and again.
And it's a fail.
Third one. Nope. There's the boss.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, but we didn't have enough energy for the Roaring Moon, right?
And here
Or
comes-
do it. Dark Patch, go.
Oh my gosh.
There's the boss.
And
that's
game.
it.
Oh wow. Charizard taking down Roaring Moon in the finals. Jorge wins the Pokemon TCG League Cup here at Common Ground Games. Wow, what a finals. Final thoughts, Parker?
Charizard's good. Charizard will always be good.
Matt, do you have any final thoughts?
Charizard's good.
All right,
I'm
Matt.
a Venus. You know, you're talking about you're a Blastoise, you're a Charizard. I'm a Venusaur boy myself, but
All right, I'll third that. Charizard good.
Charizard good. You heard it
Charizard
here.
good.
You heard it here, not first, but definitely not last.
now, granted, if I had a Venusaur out there, Charizard not good because Charizard 2 times weak to grass. So.
What a great finals, man. Shout out to both the players. That was just outstanding play from both of them. They've played every single one of their outs. You gotta love seeing it, and congrats to both of them. I'm sure they're going to be glad to take home those packs.
Yep, and excited to see what other kind of tournaments we have coming up in the store. We do locals every Thursday night, 7:30 p.m. here at Common Ground Games, so check it out.
A lot of fun. A lot of weird decks. Get out here.
All right, take care.